Welcome to session 19 of the Cascade 4th arc, Last of the Summer Elves. It is the 3rd of the 5th, 2025. I am Viktor, the GM, and here are the players.
Hello, I'm Sean. I'll be playing Falkwin, who's the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I play Myr'ra, Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
And Chris seems frozen.
And Chris is frozen, but he was happy frozen.
Yeah. Chris, it's your turn. It's the intro. Chris?
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a Half-Elven explorer. Infiltrate.
Excellent.
I have got a big high system.
Timing.
Phrasing? Are we still doing phrasing?
Phrasing?
I mean, would it be an intro if it went smoothly? No. So here we are. Here we are.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're
Yes.
here. Yeah. We think, anyway.
I've got a big exclamation mark. Your camera is sending at a low frame rate. This may be caused by high systems. Load.
Oh.
Any ideas?
Is your system under high load? Are you on a Windows machine?
Maybe it's because I'm down in Arabic.
Yeah, it will be. It will be that exact.
Yes,
That's up there with the power went out in Spain and Portugal, and it was like, oh, it's because the electricity went wrong. And you're like, what do you mean the electricity was
Went wrong.
Why?
Why?
What made it?
Yeah, what made it wrong?
That's good. It just went wrong. It went off. You know?
went wrong.
Yeah.
They turned
I-
off of the electricity. I was like, huh?
I have a very funny story from work that I'm probably allowed to tell.
What a great setup.
So, basically, one of the other PhD students was doing an investigation into some things about IoT devices. So they built a sensor board with a board with a lot of different sensors pulled out of IoT devices plugged into it, and the plan is to kind of use this and see what they're up to. I think they misunderstood the ethics requirements before installing it in production, because there was a little sign next to it that it appeared in my office overnight, shared office, but yeah, a little sign next to it saying consent forms and ethics documentation, blah blah blah, to come. It's currently in a testing phase and is not deployed in production. That's not quite how that worked, but that's the first thing. The second thing was that they couldn't make the power cord stretch enough. So what they did was they cut the power cord in half and dry spliced some quite narrow gauge speaker wire in the middle, and then just electrical around it.
Oh, no.
So someone somewhere chewed their ear off pretty hard about that.
No wonder.
Yeah. Don't know why that came to mind.
So that's what caused the Spanish power cuts.
Maybe it
Yeah.
is.
That's what
to
made
blame.
it. Yes. Yeah. It was someone doing mains wiring with speaker wire and electrical tape.
For sure.
This Justin. So what do you remember from last time?
I commissioned a table.
You did. You created a new quest. That's what you did.
We've been running solo on those.
We helped Halcyon celebrate becoming a wizard.
Yeah, you bought a cake.
We got a cake.
And
got
baking
some drinks.
supplies.
Eye hats. It was great.
Yeah. He also said we were supposed to get a letter from Master Amblin, which we have not received.
I think a lot of people were supposed to hear from Master Emblem and they haven't.
Yeah, that seems valid. But yes, maybe we'll try and contact him. But he's not around currently. He's gone wandering again.
He does that.
But we did ask Hamblin about we did ask
Halcyon.
Halcyon about Amblin and Dino Island as well. But we found first that the king's best friend eggshells have like pheromones on them. So we need to find something to clean them off with, or the smell lasts for like 3 weeks, and I don't think the king's best friend will be particularly happy.
If I remember correctly, didn't you go and do something about that as well?
We traded. I had a random telepathy cipher. That considering I can now cast telepathy myself, probably unlikely to use. So we traded it in for what I have written down as pheromone dealer with.
Yes. Suitable.
Yes. So, yeah, but we asked more about Amblin, and that he lived there for like quite a while, like a few years, and got married to a Saurian.
Yes.
Named Kiss by the Sun.
Yeah.
It's a very cute name. So we were like, the Saurians in Dino Island. Is this a Pocahontas Avatar run with wolf situation? Because he only seemed to come back after she died. And yes. And then Falkwin gets a table, or commissions a table.
Yeah.
But Halcyon would like it to be, or Ali Ben would like it to be from gold leaf.
Yes, gold leaf wood.
Yes.
That seems a bold request from Halcyon. Ali Ben
yeah.
Which leads us into everyone's now on the same page with Aliben Goldleaf.
We have met her.
Yes.
There was more pre-boat stuff, though. That conversation happened on the boat. There was a conversation between Myr'ra and her mum.
I chatted to my mum, got reassurances, and then also was like, here's a big bombshell for you to deal with. I'm going away for like 4 months. Bye.
And between Ignysera and doting Uncle Quelburn, there's a tick for the bingo sheet.
I need to bring him something back from Dino Island. That's on my to-do list.
Yup. Yeah, he seemed quite upset he wasn't going to go on a super fun adventure.
And then he gave me a tent.
He did. He gave you a fancy tent.
A fancy artifact tent.
Very cool.
And then... Brannen Walken
went off.
Yeah. Soma.
Yes, the moon has changed colour. Upset about that. Brannen-El wanted to chat. So I think I'm back in the tower. I did try and ask if my friends could come, and I was informed it was too urgent. We had to go right now. And he seems stressed.
Yeah.
Like he seems a bit overwrought. And then basically went, I have to tell you because I will forget. It's like, oh no, that sounds terrifying. And he let drop that all the humans were Fae. And said something about she found out, she knows, she is awake.
Yeah.
She has woken.
Someone has woken her up and her influence is strong.
Yeah.
I wrote down.
Yeah. And also there were no humans.
Yeah.
They just weren't a thing.
Humans were always a thing. What are you talking about?
They were always a thing. I can't get over it's the third blade. Because obviously if you're going to sneak something in, you do it in the middle.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, mad.
And who is she?
Who is she?
Is that going to be added to the bingo card?
Yeah. Who is she? She doesn't even go here.
She doesn't even go here.
I don't have my bingo card up.
Oh. It's Serithane 9 of the boxes.
I don't remember which channel I put the bingo card in.
Is it scheduling?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yes,
it is. Yeah. Yeah, the bingo card currently, just for anyone that is following these misadventures, is Serithane Conspiracy Board, Nori Klepto Moment, Progress on Sira's Quest, Fey bullshit. Brannen-El being a walking nook. Modest Delara conspiracy board. Quilburn being a doting uncle. Alexander, can I use this ability here? Question mark. Moonlore, very big letters. Aluben's Garage Ex Machina. New side quest. Technical difficulties, mic / internet / etc. Progress towards Heart Piercer. Myr'ra. Entirely new conspiracy board. Pride being pride.
Well, you know, we've got one checked off already, and we haven't even started yet. We're off to a great start.
Me again.
To be fair, I'm also possibly on that train.
Yeah.
So who do you think she is?
He's left Nori gambling, playing cards. Did he win?
Well,
Did I win?
let's find out. Why don't you give me a roll? Are you playing honestly?
Obviously.
Okay. Yep. Just give me a roll for,
Maybe.
intellect, I guess, then. For the strategy element of playing cards with someone.
Or for card
Can I
counting,
just activate something if I can find it?
Can you?
Yeah, the X-ray vision.
Activate card counting.
I'm doing my best not to get a new pen that's different from the old one caught in the same top. But I've even rolled the sleeves up so they're not near the pen so I don't get entangled.
Can I use this?
No, because you said you were playing honestly.
Yeah, okay.
If you're playing dishonestly, you're
Catch the sarcasm, did you?
No, I took you at face value.
Being dishonest about honesty is the best kind of dishonesty.
So, what is Nori doing? Talk me through it.
So I'm just doing an intellect roll. I'm
Yep.
gonna stick 2 effort in.
Okay. And what's our total? So what's that going to be?
11.
10? Is it that? So it'll be the 6 from the 2 effort, and then 4. So that is 10. Yeah. So you lose at least the first round of gaming with someone, so you're now owing money. Are you going to play another round?
I'm going to use dishonesty.
Okay, yep.
I am going to use... That was me setting them up.
Yeah. Lull them into a false sense of security, sure.
So
And yeah, you can, if you're going to do it by like
special ability.
playing with cards and stuff like that, then yeah, you can do your other move that you posted in your hand to eye. This would be a speed test this time round. Yeah. So yeah, having lulled the group into like, oh, this person's clearly like too young, too new, too eager, lost their first hand. Everyone's like, don't worry, we'll help you. You can play another hand with us, etc. Young lad. And then yeah, one of them gives you the encouraging pat on the back, and if you lose this next one, I'll get you your first round. Don't worry, like proper looking to clearly fleece this poor kid out of his money. And then, yeah, you managed to win the hand this time around quite well. And by that I mean you cheated, clearly, to win, but you managed to pull it off without anyone noticing. But it does upset some of the people at the table. Not enough to be like, stopping the game, but they're not happy that you won, obviously. So you're gonna cut your losses there, in the sense that you could leave and not have an issue with petty cash for a bit, or are you gonna try and get more money from them?
Imagine how long a game of cards would take compared to the conversations. No, I think I'll leave it there. I think I'll go with that.
Yeah, so you've got like some pocket change now. So like you could easily buy everybody like a round of drinks or whatever if you felt so generous to, with your spare monies. But yes, and then obviously we can speed our way right back to the present point in time, I guess. So before we jump in to that though, is there anything the players wish to discuss with each other about, I guess, anything regarding some of the revelations that happened? I feel it's maybe worth leaving some narrative player agency space here, just to checkpoint in.
We've not yet heard Chris's response to it. Did you have any thoughts?
Yeah.
Oh, I have an opinion of who it's going to be, but it will be. But
I mean, feel free to share it if you wish. This is the space for that.
I should, because let me put it this way: I think it's going to be a certain little bumblebee.
That's a thought. Okay.
No, they were crazy.
Did any of us say that? Oh.
So that's our entirely new conspiracy board, I think, ticked off as well.
There we go.
Yeah.
We're already semi-formed.
She wasn't asleep as a bee when we found her. It's fine.
Yeah. It's fine. Because it's the whole thing now of like, was there another bee? Who was the bee before?
Did Posey wake them up? And that's why she's...
Okay, what she
immortal.
do we know?
List of every female character ever.
Destellara. Could be Vermi, could be Loudon.
Wow.
I'm going to
Loudon
quickly
and
restart
Sandon
my
Biden
laptop.
came
This is
back.
killing me. I'll be right back.
Yep, cool.
There's clearly moon bullshit.
When is there not?
Moon, as in the moon
It's the moon.
The Soma, the moon goddess.
Yep. Moon goddess, yeah.
Okay.
She's yellow.
Could be.
Could be Eve. Eve was my idea before. I used to think that a lot better than it apparently does, because I thought Eve was also the moon goddess, but no. But then maybe, humans like Eve, elves don't. Then again, devils do like Eve.
I did have a think about, obviously, like I know we spoke about Eve and the moon before. I think what might have been lost in translation way back when we initially spoke about everything is that effectively people worship three things: Alata, Gian, or Eve, and there are sub parts of life that people attribute to them. The moon being attributed to Eve's domain rather than Alata or Gian's domain, which is maybe the lost in translation a bit, but the moon is known as Soma. And it's like the goddess of like the harvest and things like that, and change and seasons and all that. Because that's who Samda followed way back when. Yeah.
So, Eve's a thought. Eve seems like a young whippersnapper, cosmologically speaking. Humans are kind of young whippersnappers, cosmologically speaking.
See, that's why I wondered if it could be like a Loudon or a Samda, in terms of humans who have died and come back might have broken some kind of like we've always been here illusion. Might have been fractured by that.
On the other hand, if it was a question of like a human somehow like their consciousness being able to ascend and reconnect to their Fey roots, someone like a Posey might actually make sense for that. Like if she's made herself immortal, you know, maybe the way she did that is kind of Fae flavored.
And if, as everyone was worried about, one Fae is all the Fae. Our concern with Chiral, somebody being aware might make them the Fae Queen by default.
Arguably, every Fae would be the Fae Queen, right?
Yeah. Or
now
have
that
an election with Chiral.
now that Myr'ra knows.
Oh
Are
no,
you
I'm
in
only
danger?
half human. But then demons are, like Balen, are human by origin, mostly. And we know Grandma is because Grandma talked about it. She said she was from Denk.
And that question came up a couple of sessions back where he's asked about what races make deals, and the only people you could think of would have been humans.
Humans. Because they're the fucking Fae.
I loved your reaction last time where it's like, and they make deals, and they make deals! Ah! The writing's on the wall, people!
They have flipped in the world from making the winning deals to making the losing deals.
I don't know, some people are winning.
Maybe
out
the
of those deals,
Balon were they were just the better deal makers to begin with. Does that mean it was just the devils in Caldera? Like there were no... Because if there was no humans, there would have been no Balan, there would have been no Falgain. It would have just been the seven.
Yeah.
They were always
hanging out on a volcano.
Yeah.
And what were they eating? Because they don't eat souls. They do kind of eat souls. What were they eating? I have questions.
You're trying very hard not to say it enough.
Well, this is the player decision moment, not the GM tells you the plot moment. So I think I did quite enough of that last week with my dun dun dun.
My one would be, that is a question I'm going to ask Brannen-El. I'm going to say, who is she? It's probably going to be question one. Are there other questions we want to ask?
Yes, maybe have a list.
Yeah. What else do we want to query?
His situation seemed quite imminent.
Yes. Yes. I probably would ask something like, am I supposed to remind you? Is this a case of you losing this information but you want it back? Or is it you're telling me and you don't want to remember this? We could probably, be like, what? I think who is she is the main one.
Yeah. Maybe ask if you're in danger. Maybe ask if you're in danger now that you know this.
Okay.
Cosmological Fae danger, you know.
Yeah.
Is your mind about to become more kind of squishy and blobby and less human, more pre-human, you know.
More Fae?
I was trying to find a poetic way of saying it.
Again, I know that demons are human in origin, but is being Helborn helpful? And that's why he's chosen to tell me, in terms of maybe that offers some kind of celestial protection via devil.
I mean, he did say, I'm kind of hoping that your nature allows you to retain this.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
I know.
I like that he waited dramatically for you to make a cup of tea, though. That's my favourite part.
I know, same.
Like, this is super duper
This is
urgent,
really important. We've got to get it out of my head now.
But also make a cup of tea. Well, he's aware that it's big news, right?
There was lots of tea last session. Okay. Any other burning queries, concerns?
Yeah, what else do you want Hannah to ask Brannen-El? Keep in mind, this might be the last time Hannah can ask Brannen-El.
Yeah, and he's forgetting things. This is the
thing.
I
might ask that. I might be like, "What?
Why you?
Are you near to doing what you plan? What you plan to do, and will that result in you not being here, just not remembering?"
I would also like Brannen-El's story on Modesta Lara. whatever that might mean.
Yeah.
Does he know? Very tame.
That's it.
Sorry.
Like,
Why does
wait,
Kyril look like you?
I mean, it's also
Did we-
valid. Something
did we
actually.
ask this?
Let's
Yeah.
clarify this, right? So when I said that Kyril looks like Brannen-El, I can't remember if I said this originally or not, but Kyril has black hair, like perfectly straight black hair, and looks like Brannen-El. But Brannen-El
Yeah.
has like white hair that's been like faded into black.
Uh-huh.
So they
Yeah.
They
It
look-
was more facial.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which could just be he looks like an iron root, and the only iron root we know is Brannen-El.
Mhm.
Like, we don't have enough
Yeah.
factors.
But we definitely should ask that. That is a very...
Oh, but then we've got to have about the Fae,
Mm-hmm.
and that feels like
But
maybe
we know
right
someone
now-
that looks exactly like you. Why?
Oh God! Hey, we can tell
Oh,
Kyril what happened to all his
Everybody has
people.
a twin.
Everyone's got 6 doppelgangers.
Yeah.
Oh God!
Okay. I feel like you just need to write these questions down somewhere for Hannah. So there's the official list so you can get through it.
Okay, number 1. Who is she?
Are you writing it in your notes?
Yes. Number 2. What do you want me to do with this information? What am I
Yep.
supposed to do with this
Yep.
information? Yeah.
Help. What do you do next?
Yeah. What do
This info.
I could ask something like, is this linked to your plan to revive your people? I assume it is, but like, maybe he'll tell us more.
Yeah.
What I like with these questions, at any point, one of these questions could derail all of the rest of them.
Yeah. So we've got to tell him, like, this is lightning round. No,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
straight
Stay
to
on
the
time.
point.
Like, at the bottom of the list is, we met a Fae. By the way, he looks like you.
It's like, there is one
that like-
Fae. We found a Fae. But they're supposed to be there.
You missed him.
You missed one.
Oh. Yeah, that might, I don't know.
It's
I
a
don't want
bold
to go
move,
just
isn't it?
viral.
It's a bold
I
move
think we
throwing
should- I
Kyril
think we
under the
should do it.
Brannen-El bus.
He might be about to forget everything, so maybe he'll forget that we told him, so it's fine.
Okay. I'll keep it on
On the
reserve.
maybe, yeah.
On the maybe list.
If his other answers kind of lead into...
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. If
Yeah.
it feels like it comes up naturally. But I think Myr'ra is definitely of the opinion that this man is probably the biggest threat to Kyril. Like, because as much as we were in danger in the trial, Kyril wasn't really. Like,
Also,
this
Kyril
man-
did survive being attacked by Pride. With a lot of help,
Yeah,
granted. But,
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, who is she? I'm going to do the info.
Did we, the last time we were talking to Aliben, or before that, ask whether he knew that it was Modesta Lara that he wounded? Or ask him anything about Modesta Lara from
I don't
the
think
Feywild
I
times?
did.
She did come up briefly. And I think,
I think he was surprised they were still around.
yeah, because he said that he remembers her as a child.
Yeah. Is this linked to your...
I don't know if he said it or not, but like, I think he might have even said that like he knew her parents. Because they were the people that he would have dealt with.
If he's potentially about to forget everything, do we just want to like... Can we also have the names of the rest of the devils in the old language? Because we've only got 3 of
Yeah,
them.
that's
and
true.
it's fun
Tell
to
us all
have
the
all
devil's
this.
names. Just for...
Yeah, tell us
It's
their
like a
celestial
roasting time.
names. Yep.
Thank you.
Fun enough, I have that notebook to hand, just in case
Oh,
that came
yes.
up. Guess what?
Okay.
This is the actual note. This is the page with them all on it.
Oh,
Just in case that happens.
I want that info. Okay. Kyril is like a big question mark.
Okay, we're going to go into the game time at some point very
Oh,
soon,
God.
so any other questions?
Like Kyril / Modesta Lara are like big Like, I will ask if it makes sense in convo.
Yeah.
Okay. So
But currently my questions are, who is she? What do I do with this information? Is this linked to your plan? And then probably followed by, can I help? Beyond this.
yeah,
Like, what do you need me for?
I think those are good. Yeah. Anyone last minute, last chance want to suggest something else for Hannah to ask him? Going once, going twice. Nope. All good. Yeah.
Oh,
Cool.
God.
Well then. Meanwhile, back in, we have obviously that, you know, crow's nest
Clenching the
gentleman
teeth.
just there with his drink, you know, just looking back over, being
Oh,
like,
no.
huh, yeah. And then we've got you having been hit with that information, sat in the chair pulled up from the floor, made of the black marble metal, and you're sat there hugging your teacup. What's the immediate reaction of that?
Wow. That's a lot.
He like obviously he sits down as well, and like leans, so he's like perched on the edge of the seat itself, leaning forward, like almost as if he's like trying to offer some kind of comfort, but he doesn't know what to do, and you can still tell with the look that he's actually like mentally dealing with a lot.
Yeah.
There's still a strain that you can see.
How long do you think you have to maybe answer some questions?
He kind of smirks a bit at that, and he says, "I would be swift with your questions."
Okay. Who is she? You said she had woken.
He exhales quite heavily at that.
Uh-huh.
He goes, "Yes, I forgot how pertinent youth can be."
You told me I didn't have much time.
Yeah, like you can see that he's.
Yeah.
It's like,
He's a very old person dealing with a young person. Yeah.
I hope that you have more of the tea and perhaps a stronger brew from.
I pull out some brandy from somewhere.
Yep.
Add it to the tea.
And he kind of laughs at that a little. You can tell it's like a bit strained. Like, oh, that's funny, but I'm, you know, like someone with like a broken rib laughing type vibe. And he says, the information is hard to convey without context. The Fey War ended with an agreement between myself and their queen.
Okay.
She has woken.
All right. But is she the moon? The moon changed colour.
Yes, I'm hoping to deal with that soon.
Okay. So she's not the moon.
She is on the moon.
She's on the moon. Okay. We might know a man on the moon.
Do you say that?
Yeah.
He looks deeply concerned at that and says, how would he have gained access to Soma?
To be fair, he might not. It might just be like ramblings. But people think he thinks he's been on the moon.
Then perhaps it is his doing that has woken her.
Oh God. I'd probably know whoever I would know.
Yeah.
Oh, Grandma. Okay. If you're going to forget, and I will remember. Do you want me to tell you again, or do you want to not know?
He just gives you like a kind of severe look and says, if you can convince me, yes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Convince him.
Can you imagine selling someone on that? It's going to be kind of hard.
Yeah.
By the way, these people you've always been aware of. No, you've not.
No, you've not. No, you've not. And I know it's weird, but here's some tea, and we're going to deal with it. Okay. I might change that to okay. Her waking up, is that because you're back, or because you know? Is that
He shakes his head.
Yeah.
He puts like his hand up to like the kind of temple, and like pinches it a bit as if, and then he says, "No, I believe the meddlings of this interloper could be an explanation for her waking.
Okay.
The agreement that we made was that she got to stand as a sentinel to her people if anything had gone wrong.
Okay. So she stayed Fae.
And she agreed to sleep."
Okay. Okay. I don't have space to write that. I haven't left enough room. Okay. I'm trying to think of anything else I know about Professor Amblin, and I might be like, we haven't actually met him. I imagine he'd have done it on purpose. But he seems to go and come on a cycle. He might be there now, possibly.
I see. Perhaps that's where we should go next.
Oh, I would really like my friends.
Excuse me.
He says, I can bring them here, but the radiation, or I guess the energy, whatever you would say, the energy in which you will be dosed with could be fatal. It is why I was reluctant to do it to yourself.
Okay.
So, does Myr'ra unilaterally decide that she's going to irradiate her friends?
Oh God, that's really stressful. But I feel like you'd all like to come to the moon. Oh, okay. Is there another way to get there?
If you can find an obsidian mirror.
Have we seen one of those? No. Okay. Is obsidian moon glass?
Nope.
No, different thing. Okay.
Yep. Anybody that wants to roll on like magic lore of some kind can roll about an obsidian mirror.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, yes.
I will try that as well. Magic lore.
Does it make sense for me to also roll? Because
Well, you can roll to know it, but you wouldn't be in the conversation, right? So it just means if Myr'ra asks you about it, you could then talk about it if you rolled well, right? Because it's something like Falkwin would have came across in you know.
Oh.
Would that come under either of these?
1 second. Hannah, do you need someone to roll for you? Are we...
No. I
Okay,
forgot
go.
what the first. I didn't check my own
Right,
list.
okay, that's okay,
on
go.
me.
No, that wouldn't come up because you're not specifically identifying one, if that makes sense. You're not in front of it. This is more of a just
sense.
have you read about it while studying type question currently.
Okay.
Well. What does blue mean?
Do I still get my
The roll was
free?
18.
Yeah, like 1
Did
second.
I roll a 1? I'm so confused.
Yeah, no, I don't understand how any of that makes sense.
It said I rolled 18.
Yeah, like I'm just looking at the math.
So I don't know why it's a GM intrusion.
Nope.
Maybe I didn't. Maybe I rolled a 1.
No, because it definitely says you rolled 18 and you're adding 5 times 3, so you're adding 15 to it. Dear gods. And apparently there's a GM intrusion. What I don't
wonder
understand.
if is the new roll 20
A
just
positive
kind of,
one.
To be fair, I'm coming through an odd app.
Yes.
I'm
There's too many
on a
variables,
character
but
sheet
it
app.
doesn't look like it rolled a 1, so I'm okay ignoring the intrusion.
Okay.
I like how the game's just like,
Thank
you've
you.
not had them in a while, just have one.
Yeah. Would you like her to be a crow?
So, yeah. And then, what was your question, sorry, Sean?
I get my free effort for this, don't I?
No,
like
you can
edge applies to
spend,
this roll.
or edge will apply to any task
Yes.
that you do, yes.
Cool.
Yeah, that's the fun of I upped my edge. So So now I get two levels of effort effectively for free
Amazing.
if the roll doesn't cost anything.
You get edge 5 already.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, hang on.
I had enough to do my first.
Nice.
Yeah.
Aluben is good at artificery. Is this a material that would come up in artificery such that she may actually know what it is? Can I use her as an asset here?
Yeah, why not? Yeah. Because I assume you'd have been studying with her, generally. So yeah, definitely.
I have this written as +9, which is... that sounds a bit absurd.
Well, I don't know what that means.
Like, as in, I think previously with that, when you were doing Aluben's assistance, it was like the artificery was giving me a +9 to the roll. Like, as in, like,
she counts as an
equivalent of, like,
asset as well. Is what she works as. Also, when you hit tier 4, I think that's what you get. Is she gets bumped up to a tier, like a level 4 person.
Oh, that's fun.
Which means she technically has a new skill set.
Okay, so I'll give her 1 asset for this.
You give yourself 1 asset from her, yeah.
Yes, that's that one. Yeah. Wow.
It's okay, so what's that? A 6, 11? Is that?
Yep.
Yep. So, it's maybe something that you've heard of, but it's not been important to whatever you were looking at. And I think from that as well, even Aluben was like, that doesn't matter. Like, we'll circle back to that if it ever comes up. But definitely not something that she might have been focused on you learning at the time, because it was probably not going to further her agenda or yours. So it wasn't going to get you, your wizard degree. Whereas Myr'ra, bloody hell. So with your role, you have studied Obsidian Mirrors before, possibly because it was a book that was interesting in the Arcanatrix library when filing everything away, since you do spend a lot of time. I mean, I recall that you would rather be reading often. From way back
once
when.
upon a time.
No pun intended. So, yeah. An Obsidian Mirror is... you've technically travelled through them. You have. So, the floor in which Brannen-El went through is an obsidian mirror.
Okay. Okay. So that big floor. Outside? That's where you pulled all the Theron to?
Yep.
Okay.
But it also is almost indistinguishable from the material that they use for everything.
So Cascade City might be built of obsidian mirror.
Yeah.
Okay. Fun.
Like,
which also means
Brannen-El's armor.
Sin might be.
Yeah, Sin is likely to be obsidian mirror. Cascade City's obsidian mirror. His armor is likely obsidian mirror. That ring you're wearing is likely obsidian mirror. That floor you tried to scan the level of was obsidian mirror. Like, so yeah, there's a good reason why you probably rolled an 18. Yeah, and then also
That's
adding
the thing
15 to that.
Come together, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. What's the vibe, gang? Player agency. Like, do I go? Like, I can tell you that and run with. Oh, there's one, and try and ask him how to use it, and then try and come back to you all, and we try and go to the moon. Or do you want to be teleported here at the risk of dying? Or do I go with him to the moon?
I think the question to ask is what are you going to achieve?
Again.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. Lockhart, that's Lockhart's problem for being late. Yeah. But it's if you want to be in effectively what the Black Spire, does that serve any purpose, I guess? But it is where Hannah and Brannen-El are. Or Myr'ra and Brannen-El.
So, how much obsidian do we need in order to get there if we're not taking the Mega Radiation Teleport?
Enough to get through as like a door.
Yeah, okay.
And where's the nearest place? Like, we're on a boat right now.
Yeah. So see where your boat left from? That whole site is effectively a giant obsidian mirror.
It's then the thing of, do we want to be there for whatever this is? Or is it worth us, if we are the only ones who might know this information, is us not being there also a strategic asset? I want to go to Dinosaur Island. So this feels important.
So, I mean, if you say no, then you'd need to get a signal back to us to tell us to turn the boat around. And then tell us.
I can do that.
And, yeah. And then
I can't hear your response, but I can project myself to you. Again, Princess Leia style. And repeat all of this information.
You also have a ring.
We also have a ring. So I could project myself and then also talk through the ring. Be great.
You also have a Brannen-El.
Mm-hmm. I could say that, because I was like, can you not come to our boat? And then we go to the moon, and then no one dies of radiation. But then he needs his mirror. He needs to be here, doesn't he? Because this tower is probably also made of obsidian.
Everything in this room looks like it's the same material, yeah.
Cool.
It's almost like they found a really, really amazing material and made everything out of it.
You dropped out for me, but that might be me.
Oh, did everybody else hear that? Oh, okay, that's fine. That might just be Discord. But yeah, I said it's almost like they found a really amazing material and then made everything out of it.
Exact same place.
The exact same word.
Material.
Really amazing.
Material is the word. And that's why they made everything out of it.
Blank. Blank.
Yep.
Blank.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Showing my age in TV shows.
Yep, no, I got it, yep. Good old Lily Savage as well took over, yep.
Aww.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not gonna lie, I want to go to the moon. But I would like you all to be there too.
But if you don't have the opportunity,
Even's gone to Dinosaur Island.
like what happens if you come back to us first and then you don't get to go to the moon?
Then the moon explodes.
The moon.
We do.
Have you asked what awoke her? We know it's probably Master Amblin.
We think it's Master
Could there
Amblin.
be something
There's probably Chiral.
Someone. Yeah, I didn't say that.
I can bring that up. But again, that possibly just points Brannen-El at Chiral as Sean has said, a nuke.
I think it's safe to say that Brannen-El doesn't know what woke her up, right? I think that's what's safe to say, that Brannen-El doesn't know what woke her up, but his suspicions are no. Master Amblin. If someone's been at the moon, they've probably tripped over a cable or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unplugged the fridge.
Yeah. It's turned off the snooze button. Okay. It would probably occur to Myr'ra that it could also be Chiral. Like,
yeah, what happened with Chiral recently? Yeah.
Yeah. Gotten some Fae deals all over the shop. Not being injured anymore. There being another Fae. Yeah? Shall we throw Chiral into the pot?
Sure.
Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah.
I think I can already see Alexander's face at this, but like,
I've wanted to play this card for so long.
Okay. Oh, well, we got to question 5 very quickly, which was the moon. I think Myr'ra would have taken like a big sip of tea and kind of like tried to wrestle with the, I don't want to kill my friends, even though I want them here. And like in that moment, we'll then have gone, oh, there might be another possibility of how she woke up.
his eyes obviously immediately dart to yours.
Yeah. There might be another Fae in the world.
You see his body language shift dramatically.
Yeah,
Oh, no, I just thought of something.
Oh.
What if when Carl got healed that healed, whatever, all Fae, if there's only one other one that's asleep on the moon, healing wakes them up because they're all connected. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh God. That's this conversation again.
And why me? Bring this conversation again.
Oh God. Is this punishment for missing the trial thing? Okay. He was locked away he brought silver to the world. He's called Chiral. We met him through other adventures. He said he couldn't sense any of the others. He's been here for whatever amount of time it has been since
since you let him out, basically, yeah.
He helped save Queen Vermi when she was under attack. Word vomit all of that. Like, it could be him, but also he's lovely.
Like, you've got this Iron Root King pinching the bridge of his nose, and you can't tell if it's from the migraine that he's dealing with or the new one you've just handed him.
Yeah. I then might also throw in at the end, just because fuck it, let's try and find out. Also, just now that I think about it, he does kind of look like you.
I think with that, he kind of his eye looks up through his hand.
And I gesture to facially, he has black hair.
You refer to this Chiral as an individual.
Oh, yeah, there's been... there was a whole trial about this. Yes, he seems to be.
So
you have a name,
You put Faye on trial now?
Oh, we were on trial, because we met him.
Right.
The Iron Laws.
Yes.
I gesture at the whole of him.
Yeah, and he goes, and they're still observed? Have the Fae plagued this world since my time away?
No, it's more... And then she lists the kind of a cow, and the cow is not worth a wife, all of those. Those...
Yeah, the old adage, a cow does not equal a wife,
People still like to blame the Fae for a variety of... And then she'll pause and be like, I think about it, it's probably mostly humans that do that.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
Any existential crisis?
And he goes, I see. I already feel this awareness slipping from my mind.
Oh no. Okay.
And he just looks a bit I guess sad and confused about everything. He shakes his head a little bit. And he just takes off the crown that he's wearing and just holds it in his hand. And it's again, it's the 5 spikes at the front that he can lift off, almost tiara-esque in a way. It's a kind of dainty circlet, and he's just kind of holding it in his hands and tapping it on his cheek. And he's it seems like a lot of my initial actions were not quite as successful as I had hoped. If the Fae remain, my people gone, and...
Well, it's just him. And he was locked away by the Fae.
I think that's what saved him from the ritual, then. Which does beg the question, are there other Fae locked away? He puts the crown back on.
Whereas I can't help you with that. I don't know. But she will go, if time is short, and do you need to go deal with this now? I will accompany you if that is what you think is best.
Do you not require the assistance of your companions?
I would like them, but I also don't want to put them at risk of... she's pausing, but death without their consent.
Are they of strong constitution?
She thinks of all the things we've been through and kind of goes, I believe so.
And are they prone to being exposed to teleporting energies? What he's asking there really is have they teleported recently?
And been fine. We
Well, it's more
Our
because if
most
they're getting a
recent
second
teleport-
dose of like a much higher
Yes.
dose, secondly, can their body
Our
cope with
most
it?
recent teleport was by Pride. We did Quillburn, did a really short hop.
So yeah, Quillborn's got non-radioactive teleporting. Remember, he's
Yes,
really good at it.
dragon.
Yeah,
Great.
he's very, very good at it. So his magic's at the tier where he can like do something with that energy so it doesn't get absorbed by
Yeah.
people. Pride moved
Prior
you
to
through a
that, we
portal,
did-
so Pride
Yeah.
didn't teleport you. Like Pride has never
Okay.
teleported like herself. She
It's
has
always
used
been portal.
yeah. So there's
Those
no
poor demons.
yeah. They absorbed that sadly.
Okay. And then prior to that, we went via Feyway, so that's
Mhm.
also different.
Mhm.
So I think we're actually pretty clean of teleport energy currently.
Mhm.
I probably won't list all the examples,
Yep.
but I will go, I think we're pretty, we haven't teleported for a while. And again, I will, whenever I can remember the last time we actually teleported,
Yeah.
I will say, it's been this amount of time.
Which I think was with it might even have been KT teleporting you to
Yeah.
Voros.
Yeah, which is now at least weeks.
Did it even happen? You never went to
Hand
Voros,
wave.
right? You went to. But yes, so are you then telling him to do it? To go ahead?
Hannah looks at the rest of the team. Yes? Yeah. Let's do it.
Hannah's choice.
No. I don't so please. I don't have to. Yes, I think they would be a great asset.
Perhaps you should let them know to expect.
Okay. I will message. I will use the ring first, as much as I want to protect myself, because that seems fun. If we're about to do big magic stuff, maybe don't do other magic stuff first. I will use my ring, and I will message. I'm probably going to message Falkwin on other magic user. Can maybe prep everyone for big teleportation spell.
Okay.
Okay. I will roll my d10. Maybe. Who knows? There's a little dice button. Oh, lovely. D10. Roll.
Hey!
Hey!
It's a 5.
Okay. So, Falkwin, in your head, you hear, "Hi, Falkwin. It's Myr'ra. I'm with Brannen-El. He is going to teleport you all to his tower. There's things he needs our help with. It might be quite energy draining. Just let the others know. Maybe be close together."
Okay. I hear Myr'ra's voice.
Ramble.
I warn the others. Oh, guys. Okay, so Myr'ra is with Brannen-El at the moment, and they're going to teleport us to them. Shit is happening, apparently. Okay. Mechanical question.
Yeah.
Is anything bad that might happen something which we would need to make a defense task against?
Currently, no. Because I'm assuming you're
Okay.
willingly being teleported. You're not going to try and resist
Right.
Brannen-El teleporting you.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay.
But any ill effects of that?
Potentially, it might be a might defense roll, which would be akin to like a constitution roll if it was something to
Okay.
affect your physicality. Potentially.
Okay. I would then like to be chanting my encouragement for easing people's defense tasks for
Yeah.
the next little while.
Like going
So
over
just
like
kind of
your
prepare us, yeah.
like here's what you can expect from, it's like the newbie chat that you get at the Arcana tricks, right? This is what you need to do. Think about trying to like shoot, butterflies that are vomiting in your stomach, try and catch them with your mental net. Like whatever the prep work is to prepare people. That's good. I think
Yes.
whenever these like gathering their shit together, Alabin says to you, Falcon, would you be against me attempting to benefit from this?
How would you define a benefit here?
I think I could attempt to absorb a lot of that excess energy.
To what end?
My end.
Hopefully not.
She kind of like rolls her eyes, like, you know what I meant. And she goes, no, I think, how often do you get an opportunity to take Iron Root magics?
Well, don't get us into too much trouble.
My concerns would be that if I cannot absorb it, or if I absorb too much, we may not make it all the way there.
Falkwin just lands on Dinosaur Island alone.
These are all scattered to different parts of
Where am I?
Gian.
Player agency moment, I'm going to say yes.
Oh, that's your choice, and I'm okay with that.
Convince me not to.
I like that Chris is just in a whatever the fuck happens. Is everything okay at home, Chris? Because you're very laissez-faire.
Everything's good.
Yeah, good. Glad.
Everything's good.
Nice.
I'm
Someone
just
like,
letting characters be characters.
yeah, it's good. I like it. I'm here for it. Do you want to loop Kalli in on that?
Yeah, so Aluben wants to do something weird and probably risky to try and siphon as much of the excess teleportation magic as possible to her kind of vaguely defined benefit.
Her vaguely defined benefit.
With the kind of always present risk that something fucks up and blows up and leaves me like kind of flying off in the other direction.
Looks like Falkwin's blasting off again. I think
Something like that.
something that you also need to factor in is that
I mean,
if she's
if it would just
absorbing,
affect you and no one else.
Well, if we're all teleporting together, who knows?
keep in mind if she is successful, you won't need to deal with radiation.
Indeed.
Which is something she didn't lead with. She was very upfront about the I want the energy.
Yes.
Is there anything that you can do to help her to make it more stable? Like, is there any way that you can give her advantage on what she's doing, essentially?
Yeah, can you help her, basically?
I don't think so, because... So my encouragement, if I switch to, instead of encouraging us to not die, I can switch to encouraging her to either be better at defense, attack, or tasks related to any skill that I'm trained or specialized in.
What you also could do is ask her if there's anything you can do to help.
There might be something, that she knows that you could do or something.
Do you think this would be a physical task?
On her part, probably not.
Yeah.
Bugger.
She's not great at physicals.
So Alu, assuming that I go along with this, what does it involve on your part? What would you be doing here?
I would be trying to combine the incoming energy that you will be flooded with myself.
I see. And what do you have an idea of what the odds of this working versus the odds of blowing up would be?
I hardly think blowing up is an outcome that we have to be concerned about.
Okay, what outcomes might we be concerned about?
Other people might be concerned about us blowing up.
So if we're going to blow up, guess what? You're not going to care.
Kind of her sense of humor. And this is obviously it's slightly uncharacteristic for her to be this giddy. But she's very excited about the idea of this is like a one-off for her, the way she sees it. She does say, if you are concerned about its success rate, we could attempt to... And I'm trying to think of the word she would use, because fuse is the word I want to say, but it's not the word I actually want to use.
Fusion dance.
Yeah, but you remember what you did before? She's kind of hinting at that.
Yes, funny enough.
Yeah, she's hinting at that. Just, it would be a way to directly absorb it from you.
And that would improve the success rate?
Of the absorption, yes, which means there'd be
Indeed.
less excess energy to cause any such explosions. And your physical forms would be unsaturated. Thus, you would not have any ill effects if I am successful.
But of course,
Now,
my
well-
physical form.
But well, once I depart your physical form, I will be taking that energy with me. But you will have to be strong enough to contain us in the interim.
Indeed. I wasn't strong enough last time, if
But
you
now
recall.
that you have been through
I-
this before, we are not. She, like, you can tell that she's like, it's that kind of frustrated teacher, you're not getting it tone that she stops herself because she's like, nope, not,
Mhm.
don't be annoyed at them. She says, I was channeling energy through you and out of you. I am removing energy from external this time. It is different.
Yes. I'm unconvinced of this. I appear to be the conduit either way, but I am willing to trust you. So we can do the fusion dance.
And then she says, I would not suggest it if I thought it would lead to harm on your part, but I cannot say that I have any experience in this. I will, however, remind you that I did survive Modestolara, or she would say Queen Modestolara,
Hmm.
and her intent was to kill me. You can tell, like, you can hear that pride coming back in her voice again, where she's like, you know, she, like, my queen did try and kill me, and she's pretty powerful, and I managed to get out of that. So yeah, she seems quite like, come on, give me some credit. But if you do not wish me to do this, I understand the risk could be perhaps not worth it.
I think we can try it.
Are we telling the others?
Probably best.
There's nods.
Okay. So okay. Another mechanical thing. Falkwin's encouragement thing only works while he's doing it. So I'll.
Mhm.
Yeah, I guess it's not quite explaining things and more just kind of, yeah, go for it, or some magic laced thing. But anyway, so stop. I stopped doing the encouraging thing and just kind of hastily inform everyone. Okay, guys. Okay, so right, need to be quick about this. Ali wants to try something. It should make the experience a lot less risky for all of us combined, but I'm a bit worried about it for myself, so please be prepared to put the pieces of me back together. Figuratively speaking.
You hope.
Yeah, Alabama just rolls her eyes at that, I think, as well, just to herself.
Yeah, just like, yeah, you remember the thing we did on the other end of the tunnel with the big words are
Falgain.
failing me.
Okay.
Falgain, thank you.
Mhm.
With the Falgain, she wants to do that in reverse, basically, instead of put her energy out through me, kind of suck the teleportation energy in through me. Yeah, but it's probably going to be fine. He says weakly.
If you all hold hands, perhaps I could make sure that they don't experience much of the energies themselves.
Makes sense. So can we take hands?
Mhm. So I'm going to
We
assume.
can.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm going to assume everyone takes hands, even Lockhart.
Yeah.
And, yep. And then Aluben and Falkwin become one again. So all those like gold veins all around them, it looks like kind of like branching vines all through his like, and starts to glow, eyes glow, even when he opens his mouth, glowing light, all this golden warm light bathes through him. It's quite obvious, you know, as you are doing this, either in like the cabin room you all have together, or like on the deck of the ship or whatever with your stuff, like on your backs and in Aluben's garage. And yeah, obviously on the other side of this particular scene, you've got Brannen-El saying, "Are they prepared?"
Yes. They'll be
Conveniently,
ready.
they are.
Oh, goodness.
And then yeah, you see him trace symbols that and then immediately just like as if grabbing from the air. And yeah, from everybody else's perspective, like everything goes like blurry and almost staticky, as you all like get shunted quite hard onto a floor. And as soon as like you land on this hard black floor, there's just like this pulse of gold light that like flies out of Falkwin, as if immediately dispelled when Falkwin hits the floor. So yeah, you can probably guess Falkwin that Aluben's a bit out of commission from that moment. But you don't feel anything other than what teleporting normally feels like, other than your knees might hurt because you've hit a solid floor. That goes for everybody. Like it's very violent as you've been like smacked, and like I guess even you seeing it from this perspective, it is like they're like flickered in and shunted.
Wow. That's very cool. Okay, Brannen-El, these are my friends.
Yeah, he stands up and like doesn't know what to kind of do with his arms. You know, it was like
Yeah, oh bless him.
yeah. And he looks over at all of you and goes, "How curious that your companions seem mostly human."
Well, we started in Denmark, and then we met Falkwin and Ignysera in Cascade City.
And Denkmark is a human city?
Yes, capital of Denk, the land of the humans. I say that in an incredible
Yeah.
There's definitely a level of like you guys would pick up on like that's an odd way to say that. You know that kind of when people like are aliens and going, yes, the human things, like the places.
And I think as
I
well,
wonder
like,
who remembers who controlled this area beforehand.
well, the very fact that like
beforehand.
you are definitely aware that this is seemingly Brannen-El Ironroot, according to Myr'ra, and you can tell that he does seem like he doesn't know much about humans, other than that you all seem to be them, which he's
Your friend.
yeah. Yes. So he goes, forgive the urgency of the transportation. You all seem to have held up rather well. I see that we have assistance, though. And he stares at Falkwin. Yeah.
Falkwin's just kind of looking.
How fortuitous. And then Brannen says, yes, I am Brannen-El Ironroot. Brannen-El is fine. There is no need for titles here. And he does look at, like, everybody else can see, like, he looks like he's dealing with a migraine. That's his demeanour. He's trying to put on, like, he's hosting, apparently. But you can tell he's dealing with, like, the equivalent of a migraine. It is interesting to meet you all.
I don't know.
Would Nori react to having an Elven King in front of him? I think he would. I think I would at least bow to an Elven King and introduce myself as Nori Nediam.
I think,
God of our Elves.
like, Brannen-El looks down at you and says, no, there's no need to kneel. We are quite past that somewhat, and I have been quite lax in my royal duties, it seems. He does like try to break the tension a bit. Perhaps the brandy.
Yes,
I'm going to
nod.
give brandy to everybody.
What was
Yeah,
that?
I'll just do a deep nod, and just say, Ignysera Emberveil of
The span?
Just yeah, my brain just went.
Yep.
Span.
And nods politely at that. As I said, he is about, I can't remember the exact height. I think he was like 7 foot something, like 7'7" or whatever it was. Like he is quite tall, like quite pale face, very like sharp elven features, and like long straight white hair that's got like the kind of stained black ends to it. And again, this kind of like black metal, very thin crown that's got like one very big blade at the top, and then like the 4 others that kind of flank it. So it's like 5-pointed, and his like whole demeanor is in like black, sharp armor. Again, looks exactly like all the surroundings because everything's made out of what seems to be obsidian mirror. And he says, "I will leave you a moment to catch your breath and to prepare yourselves for our next journey. I'll be leaving momentarily while I still can hold her off."
Okay. I think Myr'ra would like if he's moving or if he's like, "Can you tell them? Is that okay?"
Are you asking if... And he says, "I soon won't remember." He shrugs. It just walks off anyway.
Okay. Well, hi guys. So we're going to the moon.
What?
That's what? Well, so have more brandy. I'm going to skip the tea. I'm going to go straight to more brandy.
Before he like leaves the room officially, like he just like gestures his hand and like the other seats like pull up out of the floor in that sharp metal noise. So everybody's got enough seating to like sit.
Yeah, maybe we'll take a seat. And I fill them in. I do the whole. So turns out the Fey Queen is on the moon, but she was asleep. But she's not asleep anymore, and we're trying to find out why. And also, turns out the Fae are the humans. Drink. Have just brandy. It helps.
I'll look down at the brandy and then just, yeah.
Yeah.
The
That's where the
Fae
Fae
are the
went.
humans?
Yeah. I think there weren't any humans. I look at Lockhart, who's not here, but I also feel would take this the hardest.
I think
Always been
consolingly.
humans.
I think he'll take it the hardest as well, if I'm honest.
He feels like the most attached to being human.
Yeah.
I think there are now. There were always, but maybe there weren't always.
My head hurts.
Yeah.
I'll just take another sip.
Yeah. But Brannen-El thinks he'll forget. So we have to know. Sorry. I didn't want it to just be me. That was a
Why
lot.
wouldn't we forget?
Maybe we will. Maybe that's for the best, but at least we can all check with each other. Hey, fun experiment. Whose genealogy lets them remember for longest?
Could we not just write it down?
That's a good idea. Myr'ra pulls out a notebook and writes it down.
As you are talking, like the lighting level gets brighter and brighter in this room. Like you only notice it when it starts to become like, wait, it's like daylight in here. To the point where there's like god rays of light that all seem to start kind of verging in the middle, and then there's this almost echoey, like as if the audio was being played in reverse, scream of a woman that then completely like coalesces into Aluben in the middle of everyone.
Oh.
And she like stands up and kind of dusts herself off and goes, "I was able to reconstitute myself quicker this time. Interesting."
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. I smell alcohol.
Would you like
Do
some?
you like some?
She kind of looks and goes, "It has been a long time since I have required liquid nourishment."
Wait, is this you? Now, are you still here? You still need
Yes.
to be here. Falkwin kind of gestures the bracer.
This place seems to be quite the amplifier. But yes, I am still bound to you, Falcon. You sound disappointed.
I'm happy for you. Even just surprised that it might have happened so soon and so suddenly.
The energies that I dealt with would normally take me a day to rebuild myself from. This was quite different.
Did you get what you were looking for?
I believe so. This is a new development. I'll need to think on it somewhat.
Indeed. Well, enjoy. We have a lot to think about ourselves.
Did I miss much? You all seem to have...
Well,
She looks over at everyone just sitting, holding brandy.
Well,
I'll gesture at Falkwin to be like, you may as well. Like, she's in your brain.
Yeah, so the Fae Queen is awake, and also the humans were previously Fae. Yeah. War happens. Fae become human. This is where humans come from.
Sorry, yes. He said there was an
I'm
agreement
still this.
that they would be here. They would have a presence. I try to remember like his exact wording, and I try to relay that. Like the agreement was they would have a presence in the world, and I think we've always thought that was like the silver coins, but turns out more sentient than that.
Well, Ben just takes it all in, like, okay.
Yep.
I see. And what does this mean for our colleague, companion, compatriot? She struggles for the word to describe Chiral.
Not sure.
Liability?
Oh, I did tell Brannen-El about Chiral.
And you live.
Yes. As does Chiral, I hope. I suddenly am concerned about where Brannen-El has gone. Please don't kill our friend. Yeah. Maybe that's because more on his mind.
Yes.
Although he was concerned that if Chiral was missed by the spell, there might be others also locked away.
Perhaps it's best not to tell anyone on the council.
Yeah, I don't want to do that again.
Kind of just nods as if you might just get locked up again.
Yeah. Even for suggesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she says, well, I don't think you need my expertise currently. She like pivots on like a heel around the way you're all kind of sitting in a semicircle, I guess, and looks at you, Falkwin, finally, as if, you know, she's saying like, I'm gonna go. Unless you need her to stay.
Did we tell her we're going to the moon?
No, you go. Yes, also yes. The Fae Queen is on the moon, and we're going there now, I guess.
Of course we are.
It's all moving quite fast.
But at least we might know someone on the moon.
Oh, I also told him about him.
Yes, that. I think this is where we're at now.
So he possibly woke this Fae Queen, then?
That's also what Brannen-El suspects.
I would hate to be him.
Yeah.
Well, he might be getting an earful. Or maybe a Fae Queen in his brain. This would be interesting, at least.
Myr'ra drinks more brandy.
Okay. And then, like, Elven just goes, well, okay. Doesn't really know what to say at that point, just because it just dissipates in the way she does. I am back to the bracer. Yeah.
No mind. She's gone. Falkwin, I don't suppose she's mentioned my bow. I think we might need it soon.
Oh wait, did she? Did she say Nori's bow's ready? I think.
No, she did not.
No. Okay.
No.
My memory is great.
I mean, realistically, like, you have spent, like, I think, how long has it been since the trial? Like,
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
A day?
A day? Like, yeah. I think maybe 2 days. Yeah. So no, she's not mentioned the bow.
Yeah, I mean, my next recovery roll is my hourly, so like can't be that long.
Sleep at my parents' house.
Definitely
slept before we got on the boat.
Pretty sure he's all slept there because he's did stuff in the morning.
I must have messed updating that then. Okay, so I've got my action recovery then.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's a useful thing to know.
I don't know if any of you are doing any prep before
going to the moon. Good lord.
We prep for going to the moon.
Big deep breath.
Annoyingly, there are so many things technically within Cypher that would help us with this.
Yeah.
I have taken none of them.
Mm-mm.
What if I just become a crow because we're on the moon?
Is there
Oh, no.
air on the moon? Is the atmosphere the same? Can we breathe there?
These are Brannen-El questions when he comes back.
Is
I
Am like
You have
is
to let him
Amblin
know
the
when you're ready.
only-
Okay.
Is
that the only-
Amblin the only wizard at the Arcanatrix who's been studying the moon so up close?
the only one that seems to have,
Wow.
been like known for it at least,
Mhm.
and that seems to have been more accidentally, according to Halcyon. Like he disappeared one day, came back weeks later, and just started rambling about the moon more intently, and that was the odd behaviour that Halcyon had pointed out, and then it became a frequency thing.
Hmm.
When Halcyon started making furniture to pay for all the wizard budget stuff that he wasn't being paid for. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, poor boy.
What a good egg.
Okay. Do we realistically have anything we can prepare before going to the moon?
I don't think so. Nothing comes to mind. Like, it's not like we're in a city, with shops we can go to resupply.
No, but you probably could ask Brannen-El.
Should we? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we like take a pickaxe to his house and mine some of the obsidian mirror? Like that seems like it could be useful on the moon.
Just hear like heavy breathing from Aluben. Like
Oh, Alu, are you interested in this material?
I'm interested in my what's the word? Like continued existence. And I feel like by crossing the Ironwood King, bless you, Ignysera, by crossing the Ironwood King that may shorten it somewhat. If he is willing to part with some of this material, then perhaps.
Okay, shall we go and ask? Not that specific, but if we need anything for the moon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, we go and let him know that we're ready,
Yes.
but also we want to know if we need anything for the moon.
Yeah, like, however you let him know, like he comes back to the room and says, I assume you have all been prepared thoroughly? Looks to like Myr'ra, as if have you caught them up.
Yeah. I nod. We all hold brandy. We wanted to ask, is there anything we can do to prepare for the moon? None of us have been there.
I am
Will we be able to
unsure
breathe?
as to how you will help, but you wish to accompany me, and I do not see any reason to deny such a request. As to what you could do to prepare, have you not walked the streets of a city previously?
Well, yes, but the moon feels like it might be different.
You kind of like, Soma is no different to any other city.
Summer is a city. Okay. Was it always a city?
He kind of looks confused, like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
And he goes, yes, it's where we built after we gave Bassinet to the devils.
It was your city.
He kind of looks confused.
Yeah.
Has history been cleansed of the Ironroot legacy?
Like very little is known. We relied on those who were left. And they didn't indicate like the gold leaf and the silver thorn and the like.
Yeah, and he kind of goes,
Yeah.
that's unfortunate, but it would have made no difference, I guess. Legacy only matters if there are people to benefit from it.
It needs a hug. Okay. And then, yes, I guess we're ready.
And he kind of looks around at everyone, is everyone giving the kind of look of being ready? Because, you know, he is aware that Myr'ra's kind of speaking on behalf of a group.
Before we go, do we ask him to describe his partner? See if it matches.
Just while we've Did your partner wear a big suit of armor? Was it called so refine? I feel like that's it's up to you.
Hey, we're in this. Go for it.
I mean, or can we have a chunk of your house, please? Like, where did the requests end?
Okay, well, I'll start with the latter. Yes, while we're here, for going to the moon, you said this obsidian mirror material is related to the moon somehow, to Soma.
Like, you can like see him like twitch a bit, and he's like holding the side of his head. He goes, "Forgive me, this is quite mentally straining. But yes, an obsidian mirror is a technique used upon this material." He gestures to like the wall. He says, "It allows transport through the material, through the obsidian, between places."
Indeed.
Wow.
So it's not specific to Soma.
Okay,
I
that goes.
think I came here using it.
Oh.
The first time, yes.
Yes.
This time, no.
If you're worried about time, maybe we should.
And like, yeah, he's still like clutching the side of his head, and he's like, "Yes, unfortunately, my mental fortitude is fading somewhat. I can already feel things slipping away."
Something to study later then.
Okay, just doesn't really respond to that. He's more just dealing with his own headache.
Yeah, it was more to the Falkwin self.
Yeah.
I think Myr'ra considers making an emotional support pet, and then goes, "It might not be the time."
I mean, it's a nice thought, though, isn't it? Just for you, more than.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I can't believe we're going to the moon.
And then, yeah, like he turns round to like the nearest wall surface, and then does a quick look at everyone, as if clearly eyeing up your heights, and then from like the where it was standing the whole time, like because I think you remember he put his staff and like threw it, and it just hit with like a thud and stayed put. It was in the corner of the room, just looking like a weird 8-sided rod. It's about 6 foot tall or 7 foot tall, and like puts his hand out, it like slams into his hand, and then he like hits off the wall with his staff, and it ripples to be smooth as if it's liquid. And he says, "I will go first to ensure it's safe. I would recommend that you do not wait too long to follow. The way may shut." And like when he hits it, it's that kind of ringing tone of like a tuning fork that like ripples out. You can remember that before, like when he was in the circular square of the Cascade courtyard, where he like hit the staff off the floor as well, and then he walks through as if it's liquid.
Okay. Shall we go?
Off we go then, I suppose.
We go through. Or I go through. Everyone else can make their own decision.
Yeah, I'll go through.
Nori, are you going through?
Oh, my curiosity speak.
There's a city on the moon.
And obviously, Falkwin, I'm assuming you're going to.
Yes.
Cool. Lockhart, you going? I'm totally going. Thank you. Yeah, perfect. Everyone's going. And yeah.
You, Alexander, joining the call in 3, 2, 1.
It'd have been good timing. But yeah. So he's all like step in, like the kind of like cold black liquid like envelops you all. There's this intense like pins and needles sensation of cold though. Like it's the first sensation of cold that hits you all. And that you're in a massive expanse, right? Like there's just, you can't see anything, but you can feel that there's just a lot of space around, as if you're almost suspended midair or in water. It's kind of hard to have sensation that way. And then we go to break.
Oh my goodness.
So we'll be back in 10 minutes, folks. So I'll see you then.
So,
great. Well, let us get back to that. This one. Hooray! You should be back, hopefully. If some of you could speak, that'd be great.
Hello.
Speaky.
Nah.
Greetings.
Greetings, traveller. All good? Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Oh,
Lost Chris.
No.
Just that jarring thing where all the webcams got bigger all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Any audio people testing? Anyone?
Oh, I don't have the stream open anymore.
That's okay. You just had
I
that
just
look
realized.
of intense concentration. That's why I waited. That's me. I should have been more clear.
Yeah, I can hear everyone.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. And just since it's tradition, that's me and yous.
Yes.
Cool.
Correct.
Cress, you seem to be struggling. We're all good there. Maybe this time.
can we double check something on the bingo board?
So, welcome back to part 2 of session 19 of Last of the Summer Elves, arc 4 of the Cascade story. It's the 3rd of May 2025. I'm Viktor, the GM, and here are the players.
Sean, Falkwin, mystical speaker, magic ally. Hi.
Oh my gosh. Hi, I'm Kalli, the Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
I'm still Hannah, and I'm still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin. Has probably had too much branding.
I'm not sure if I'm making it anywhere, so I'm Chris. I'm trying to play Nori and Nediam. I'm trying to be an explorer who wants to infiltrate and is happy to go to the moon exploring. Other than that, he's got no idea what's going on tonight with this system. Again.
It's okay. We got you.
I
I
need a new PC.
So, all of you can use make might
Oh no.
defense rolls.
Might defense.
Yes, please.
If we have no skill in that, it's just a straight might roll.
Correct.
Okay.
Some of you might have might defense roll skills. Some of you, it's most likely
I don't
not.
think I actually do.
You'd be the only one I'd put money on having one, to be fair. But I don't actually know if you do or
Oh,
not either.
God. Oh, I did the thing again.
I've got lots of armour.
I'll have a look at your
I think I do.
Does that count for me?
No, because it's a might defense. This isn't about taking damage as such.
But it might in a minute.
It might in a minute. You're correct. Yes. It might in a minute, but currently
That
not.
feels like it's probably not.
Okay, let's have a look. So,
Enough, but it will.
yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the sheet either.
Mhm.
Not immediately anyway. Might defense. You've got intellect defense, I think.
Yeah, I've got closed mind.
Yeah.
Cool.
Is it fire? If anything's fire, then I'm great.
Boom.
It happens to be the opposite, unfortunately.
Oh.
I like being an explorer.
There was nothing stopping me from resuming the encouragement after I'd explained the plan, was there? Like after we joined hands.
I mean, just all the conversation you had.
Yeah, so clearly like I had to stop the encouragement once we started talking, but we weren't interrupted, right? So in theory I could have finished explaining what Helborn was up to and what the plan was, and then resumed doing the encouragement to ease it by one.
You could have, yes, but we're at that point where I said, you now know it's needed. Does that make sense?
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
In retrospect, it was a bit silly of old me to be like, yes, this continuous ability that I need to channel. I'm going to channel it, and then Aliben's like, oh, I could do this thing. And I was like, oh yeah, you do that thing.
I mean,
and then
that thing probably helped more in that.
Oh
moment.
wait, also I was channeling Aluben, so that would have been an impediment. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yep.
Okay.
No, Aluben made it so you didn't have to roll might defense rolls to not be like irradiated massively, which was good. Just because she's a massive risk taker, and we love that for her.
And we're now doing it for arriving on the moon. Which yes, never mind.
Yep, that's okay.
My brain has caught up.
So yes, use let's see what the rolls were like. So far, what did everybody get?
2 nat 20s.
That's fine.
I got a
So-
14.
Got
With my
10.
Okay.
Yes, 10.
So this kind of makes a bit of sense because we've got 2 people in heavier armor than the others. Okay, so yeah, as I said, you step through this blackness, this darkness, this almost encompassing liquid. You feel suspended, and then you struggle to breathe to the point where you start inhaling like fluid. And 2 of you manage to swim towards this kind of like shimmering light source. Can we guess which 2 it was? The ones that rolled nat 20s. Yeah.
And that doesn't cost us anything because we get all our stats.
Correct. Nat 20s refund. Yep.
Nice.
So if you spent anything on it, you get that back for that specific roll. The other 2 somewhat turned around in this like almost, directionless space. So Ignysera and Myr'ra seem to be a bit, as if your armor isn't helping this situation. Kind of like, again, the equivalent of like drowning in a deep lake or whatever. And then we have both of you feeling something grip the back of like your collar, if you will, at your neck. And you get pulled with some force up towards the shimmering light, where you then see your 2 colleagues drying off on the bank of what looks like a very deep lake. You're in a nice forested area. Blue sky, forest. Brannen-El looks incredibly confused. I am having dragged both of you out of the water.
Is this the moon? Is this the moon?
Are you well, both of you? You seem not to have dealt with the transition well.
It's got a bit turned around.
It was more the water lungs.
Yes, that was unexpected. This is not the moon, we are still on Gian.
Oh.
There is a mirror at the bottom of this lake.
Question.
Yep.
Do we recognise this lake?
Yes,
No.
yes, I think we do.
No.
Okay.
No?
Not Kairos
No.
Lake.
I thought you were going to say Kairos prison.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Are we still on Gian?
That's what he said. This is still Gian.
Okay.
Yeah. He said that. Also, like, if you're looking around at the kind of horizon,
Dinosaur Island.
you can see in the distance, like, the, God, what did I even call it? Roxfall mountain range is off in the distance.
Oh.
Which
Can we
one
make
that is between the span and Caldera?
No, that's south of Loudenhall.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Someone has tampered with the mirrors.
Who would know about them?
Blinn? Maybe?
Like, Brannen-El just nods, like, once towards you, Falkwin, as if this is perhaps where they have gained entry to Soma, they have perhaps realigned the Myr'ra network. It can be adjusted, but it will take me some time.
Do you have the time?
And he just gives you a look that says,
Yeah.
yeah, he doesn't
Anything you
know how
can
to
do.
answer that.
I can teleport you to Queen Margot's bed. If that is helpful. I probably don't say that.
Like, who?
Like, what?
Yeah. She's currently Queen of the Dwarfs. She's great.
I would like to use something if you don't mind.
I might. Let's find out what it is. Some awareness. So, you become hyper-aware of your surroundings for 10 minutes. You're aware of all living things within long range, and by concentrating in action, you can learn the general emotional state of any one of them. Okay?
Fun.
So, yeah,
Just
and then,
because we've been teleported around the area and
yeah. Do you
my...
want to give me a perception roll off the back of that as well? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Is your edge and intellect... perception's an intellect roll, by the way. And also, do you have any edge in intellect?
I've got 1.
Yeah, so that cost you 2 to use that move, at least. Not bad, not bad. So yeah, you take in your surroundings. This definitely feels like it's somewhere between, it's in Denk, you know that for certain, based on your surroundings. There's a good chance it's not far from Loudenhall, just based on where you're seeing the Roxfall mountain range from. And just the terrain, like the kind of foresty terrain that you're near. So it's probably not the south side of Loudenhall, which is a lot more hotter and kind of arid. It definitely seems like maybe the north side of Loudenhall, before it turns into like kind of colder territories towards Voros. So yeah, you're roughly somewhere there. But
I'll turn to
definitely,
Myr'ra and I'll say to Myr'ra, we're back where it all started. We're close to Loudenhall.
Oh. Well, if it is Amblin, that makes sense, because that is where he's based. Should we try and...
Brannen-El seems
contact
kind of
him?
convinced by that. Then he's like, yes, if this is close to where this person, and then kind of like just leaves that as if he's annoyed. Obviously, like fuck.
I would not want to be Mr. Amblin.
I wonder, would Amblin, if Amblin is using a mirror to get to the moon, would he keep it in his home or nearby? Or is there another one nearby? Surely he's not swimming to the bottom of a lake.
And then Brannen-El says, "Don't be so sure."
Maybe that's how it happened the first time. Maybe he fell in.
Perhaps he was skinny dipping.
Oh.
That's not a thought we want to think about.
Yeah, I think Myr'ra
However-
doesn't know what Master Amblin, like who he is. So in her head, it's just like a second Master Dwell.
Whale swimming's meant to be good for the health.
True that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next steps. I can maybe try and check. I can check how Master Amblin is, or we can try and message him.
And
Or
Brannen-El says, "It is wise to warn this individual if we are attempting to stop some kind of agenda on his part."
yeah, just it might tell us where he is, but
I have a theory about that.
uh-huh.
And it like just points straight up at the dull yellow moon in the sky.
God. Okay. Is there any other way to get there?
Not efficiently.
Could Mr. Amblin, in his investigations, be aware of his human's previous? What's the right word? Would he be aware that he was once, or humans were once Fae, and he's trying to bring that back?
This is unlikely, but I would not rule anything out currently when I do not know for certain. I believe we are the only people on this world to retain that information, and it is slipping from me. The agreement was that there were always humans of this world.
Many times we've heard that regarding the Fae. Sorry, I missed that. I was too busy turning the light on.
No, there was nothing said. It was just a dramatic pause. Yeah.
Everybody gazes internally.
And obviously, Nori, for your benefit, you hear the natural wildlife that you'd expect to hear, obviously, in this area, right? That also
This
is
has
what
not
you
been
like.
a trap, was why I wanted to roll that one. Suddenly use that one.
No, it just looks like you were like, you took the wrong turn, basically, and ended up at a different mirror. And this one seems to have been like at the bottom of a lake.
Yeah.
No, we're further away from Dinosaur Island. I mean, not further away than the moon, but further away than the world.
I think Myr'ra was
said,
like
back
wringing
where we
her
all
hair
started.
out. Okay, next steps. Do we stay here? Do we try and return? Do we swim down and try and go through this mirror?
Like, Brannen-El doesn't look like he looks in deep thought. Go for it, Sean.
Yeah.
How much water did we have to swim through to get to the surface there?
It feels like a pretty deep
Okay.
lake.
Yeah, so it will have been much easier to get up from down there than it will be to get down.
I mean,
Unless
two people
have,
might
like,
sink.
lead weights.
Myr'ra and Ignysera might not struggle.
Yeah.
Sing straight to the bottom.
Yeah.
We'll
But
just
then we
hold
have
on
to
to you
hope that
two.
we perfectly hit the mirror.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're just at the bottom of the lake.
The thing you need to remember is it was pitch black down there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Our rings cast light.
They do.
Let's remember that for next time.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Are you going to try and fall?
I think Brannen-El might be right. If we ask, maybe let us know. I feel like even check status, like people have to agree to it.
Brannen-El just kind of like looks over his shoulder as he's like staring at the lake, looks back up and and also that Soma has many protections to stop unwanted magics reaching it.
Yes. I think Myr'ra thinks of his tower island and Modestelara going blind and kind of like, I probably won't try. Yeah. That feels like not the one.
I'm glad we picked up on that because there's only so much I like to say as a GM where I'm like,
Yep.
things have happened
Yep.
when people were scrying on other people.
Yep. Yeah, I think I'll leave that.
Out of curiosity, would travelling the Feyways get us there quicker?
Brannen-El just doesn't look at you like he's staring at the water at this point, and then you see his shoulders slump. And then he turns round and he says, "And you feel this is recommended?"
No, nothing like that. No. It's just. I mean, I like to explore.
And he puts a hand up to like stop like your defensiveness. Like he puts his hand and goes, "I don't believe the Feyways could reach Soma. Is my concern."
Ah, perfect.
Much like
Wow.
with Cascade City.
Oh, Ironroot City.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
My people were quite effective at defeating the Fae, unfortunately. And now, ironically, it seems they could help us reach. And he just looks up at them as if annoyed.
oh.
You did just move there and build a city there, right? You didn't build Soma itself.
He looks at you
Or
as
did you?
confused. We constructed Soma.
Oh. Well. Congratulations.
Thank you. He looks confused.
Good job. Well done.
Falkwin is also
the moon.
Falkwin is also confused. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's no moon.
That is no
Wow.
Okay, which leads to a
Mm.
Modest Lara question, and I cannot remember the name of her city.
Mirage.
Mirage.
Is Mirage also up there?
He looks at you and goes, what's Mirage?
Mirage is an escape where the gold leaf elves left this world to its own devices.
Why would they do
Only
that?
the Queen. That is a question for Modest Lara, the Queen, I suppose. But
The Queen
we
that
do not know
remains.
Mirage's location. Yes.
Mhm.
Hello.
Should I say the one you blinded?
Hello. Does Mirage feel like it could be on the moon?
That's a good question.
And then
How does the moon feel?
We got told it was like outside of a place.
Yeah.
It was just, it's like a
Yeah.
outside of a.
Alabama like materializes in her wind form. And she says, I do not believe, and she looks up at where the moon is, and says, I do not believe that Mirage is even within this reality. It looks like Soma is within. Brannen-El just looks a bit like deep in thought at this new information, like now the gold leaves have built somewhere else? What? Like, that's outside reality? What? And then he says, this sounds like something I remember from the start of the war. And then he says a name that I need to remember what it was. This sounds like Aeolas's plan. And that's Aeolas's plan.
Oh. Oh, was that Sloth?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we had wondered that as well. Although obviously not at the time it was happening.
He just gives you a sympathetic look.
Yeah.
Doesn't really know what to say to that either.
Yeah. We went there, but like I'm
Like,
tempted to be
he
like,
is
"Oh,
up against a lot of things he just doesn't know at this point, despite,
yeah,
you know.
900 years of blank history.
Just to end another possible quest here. He speaks fondly of you.
He does.
Kind of raises an eyebrow.
Alas, Sloth.
Oh, I see.
You have spoken to him, and he speaks fondly of you, yes. He has fond memories.
It is unfortunate that he remains. And he says that fondly. He doesn't say it like he should have died. It's very much a case of, you could tell Brannen-El was okay with the idea that he was going to help him go elsewhere. Somewhere that felt right for them. Just in case that sounded a bit callous the way you said it.
Yeah.
Yes. It seems that you have met many. And he just looks at all of you as if, what the fuck are you people? Like,
He's not around.
We also feel like that. We just keep meeting people.
Do you believe that this Aeolas had assisted young Modesta Lara?
He seemed to feel that his dream had been lost, and not
That would have
to
been my
the
understanding.
Goldleafs. But I don't know if any research remained or...
I imagine the knowledge retained within his mind could have been utilised again. But whether he would have shared that with Modesta Lara is unlikely. But he looks around. I'm learning a lot of new things today. He like puts his like hands on his hips as he looks around, being like, "What a day!"
This might be the first time he's ever been to Den.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't have existed.
Yeah.
This is a whole new land to him.
Yep.
He mentioned young Modesta Lara. Is that did he know her when? Did we know that he knew her when she was young because of the war? Like she was started the war when she was young.
He did say to like Hannah's character, like when they first met, like that he knows all of Modesta Lara because she was young when he met her first, because he knew her parents.
Cool. I just wasn't sure if that was
also, like from a political point of view, you know that the Iron Roots were in charge of all the elves way back when, so they didn't have like kings and queens themselves until you know they all got their own independence, as it were.
Cool. Yeah. Sorry, I just.
That's okay. Yeah, that's good to clarify. So yeah, Brannen says, "This water will make adjusting the mirror's resonance quite difficult and time-consuming, but it can be done. I would just be loath to bring you through with me again in case I lose you." These may be the only people that know all the pieces. And there's no guarantee I think it says there's no guarantee I will remember that I have lost you.
You keep dropping out again. Sorry.
Well, I said there's no guarantee that I'll remember that I have lost you.
I have lost you.
Lost you. Lost you.
I'm reading lips now. I'm like paying attention.
I think Myr'ra might look around at the group and be like, my vibe now is that if he's going to have to take time to fix this, we're maybe now more of a hint.
Yeah. Also, how else are we going to get to the moon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose
The Explorer and Nori's. I'm going.
I want to go to the moon.
Yeah, I want to go to the moon now. Now we know about it. Let's go to the moon now. But also, Dinosaur Island. Also, we've got to do that. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, we're certainly not going to Dinosaur Island right now. Unless there's a mirror there.
That's what I was saying, right? Maybe like there's one on Dinosaur Island to the moon, all the other way around. That would be very convenient.
We don't know what's in the middle.
I mean, Amblin spent time there. Right?
And on the moon. Coincidence?
Has he been back ever since discovering the joys of the moon?
We think the moon stuff happened in Loudon Hall. But we don't know. Like, it could have been started on Dinosaur Island. What if his wife's on the moon?
She's not dead. She's
What if
She's not dead, she's on the moon.
What if his wife is Cerithaine?
Oh my gosh.
Cerithane's true name, kissed by the sun.
The sun. And that's why he covers up now, because he doesn't want to be reminded. Okay.
Never to be kissed by the sun again.
Oh, so sad.
Are there any other mirrors that Brannen knows about?
I mean, yeah, you did ask that earlier, right? Like, every Iron Root building is technically able to be a mirror.
Yeah. But if the one from his tower shunted us here, there's no guarantee that going through another one wouldn't just teleport us somewhere else random.
Yeah.
I think
It would take a long time to keep hopping through.
if we're using the mirrors at all, one way or the other, he needs to spend time reattuning. Right?
Yeah. Well, he doesn't want... Like, he even doesn't really like the idea of you coming with him initially, because he doesn't know if it's going to be a problem. Because obviously it was only a lake this time, but what if there is a mirror at the bottom of a volcano? Ignysera will get out of that and then find a new party.
You cut out again, but I think we got the gist.
Yeah, Ignysera will make a new party.
Bottom of a volcano.
Yeah, because what if a mirror is at the bottom of a volcano?
Mhm.
A mirror. A mirror.
A mirror.
Yeah, there's no point in us trying to get him to try again and like
End up, yeah.
But now he's on like the mainland.
I know. This
Oh,
is exciting for him. Second time though, because he did come to Cascade City.
oh did I?
Yeah, he dragged all the Farron because they're his people. Yeah.
See,
Got
that's
it.
a question I'd like to
Yeah.
ask him.
Uh-huh.
But I'm afraid it might upset him too much.
Well, do you want to do a player agency moment and run
Well-
it by the party first before you truth bomb him?
No, I'd like to know what he'd done with the Farron once he dragged them.
Mm.
He never said he killed them. He's never said that it's his people. He's not going to kill them.
I thought they
So,
were in
I
the
think
tower.
Would have to ask.
Well, Hannah
Out of
obviously had that
curiosity.
conversation with him, but you could definitely ask it because I don't know if it came up when it was unpacked. So yeah, go for it, Nori.
Yes. So, in a roundabout way, Brannon, when we first
He looks at you and says, Brannen-El.
Brannen-El, my apologies.
Here we go.
When we first met you,
It means
in-
summer storm, by the way.
Oh, very nice.
Oh,
Nice.
that goes nicely with Meadow song.
When we first were introduced to you, and it was in Cascade City, and you used certain magics to, I'll say, retrieve your brethren that were Farron at the time. May I
Yes.
inquire what happened with them?
They have been placed within the tower, the Black Spire, until I can find a way to reunite them with their souls.
Do
Do you are you aware of souls that have been kept within crystals?
And he kind of gives you like a look, as if, go on, he raises an eyebrow.
I wish I wouldn't bring these things up because the names escape me all the damn time. Yes, when we were in Cascade City, the Rakishan delegates came visiting and dropped, a massive amount of crystals that had souls inside them. This
To what purpose?
be your people?
we were
We have no idea.
uncertain.
It's just 2 and 2. You're looking for souls. These gems had souls.
Keep in mind that like the whole time he's got these pure black eyes that have like white starlight emanating from them, like as if it's like a star field in each of his eyes. So it's quite a jarring look at him that he's got. He says, Nori, my people's souls reside within me.
My curiosity. That was
And I
just-
fear that if I utilize more energies, I will lose some. This is why I haven't
It is
simply
against
taken
law.
us. It's like, I fear that if I use too much of their energies, I will lose some of those people. It is why I'm simply not like moving us to Soma.
Are you worried your memory of them will fade? Or is that present?
It is a concern, yes. I do not believe it is the case. I think simply that the agreement I made with the Fey Queen must hold.
Shall we wait here then?
Okay, gives you like a kind of unfortunate look. And he's like, if you must, but I cannot guarantee your safety, nor my success. If you have a way to attract this person, this interloper, they may open the way for us. He gestures to the lake.
Okay, we can try that. Oh, no, we've just spoken about not doing that. As if he's on the moon.
You said he goes in
Could
cycles.
You think he's there now? Oh, I could ask Halcyon.
Brannen-El gives you a
Yeah.
blank look. Like, who?
It's
Halcyon,
apprentice.
or like you
Oh,
could, I don't know, you could ask.
You could check with someone in Loudon Hall if Master Amblin's come back.
Hmm.
I could ask. Was he called Jeff? Who was Santa's husband?
Oh, Clef. Cleft.
Clef.
Yeah.
No.
Cleft Perron, yes. Sanda, Cleft, and Jack.
Jack. Because realistically, we don't know anyone else in the town anymore. Because
Sister Elman. And
Sister
Father
Elman.
Rand.
yeah, technically Loudon might be there.
Loudon.
Maybe.
Arguably.
I could do that because that doesn't feel like reaching across. I could try and check with someone in Loudon Hall if Master Amblen has showed back up.
You also probably
Do we
could
have
walk.
Halcyon's
You could probably
word?
walk there from
Yeah.
here.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
If we let Brannen-El go his way and we go back to Loudon Hall again.
It might be worth like could message Amblin anyway, and but like under a different reason. Be like, hey, are you on the moon? Just be like, we got your
I
letter
think
or
My
something.
worry is that if I message him and he is on the moon, the feedback loop might kill me.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, that was also.
Yeah. Because I was also like, oh yeah, let's do that. And I was like, oh no,
Let's
wait.
just do
We
that.
talked about why that was bad.
Mm.
But I can message someone else in Loudon Hall, and if we can confirm he's on terra firma, then I can message him.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to use my ring
Yeah.
Okay.
just to message Mr. Amblin and just say, Mr. Amblin, we've
Have you-
received
have
your
you
letter.
met
We're on our
Amblin?
way to Loudon Hall.
So we're aware of him.
Yeah.
Which I think means check status works, but I don't know if we've tried ring messages.
Yeah, I think the rings used to have to have met the person for the ring to work. It's just check status was way vaguer.
Share that?
Yeah, check status is just like people you're aware of. And again, my concern is if I've checked his status and he is on the moon, I might die.
It doesn't say that.
I'll get the info from where I took the stats from. Bear with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we all typed our own in, which means we've probably all got slightly different.
Happy to be corrected.
Yeah, so it's to anyone they know is the text. So it says the
Okay.
users allows the user to project a one-time, one-way telepathic message up to 10 words per cipher level with an unlimited range to anyone they know. And I think we did discuss the phrase "they know" means you have to have like had some interaction with them. But we did discuss the in-depth level of interaction didn't need to be much.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I've added that in there.
Perfect. Otherwise, you can just make
You
the
feel
whole
like you know somebody though?
when you can feel like you're annoyed by somebody, yeah, definitely. When you've heard so many things about them messing with the moon.
Yeah.
But no, sadly, none of you have met Amblin, as far as I recall.
No, he wasn't in town when we...
And wasn't at the Arcanatrix when either of you have been there either. So
He'd always be, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I could try Sister
Elman. It's a throwback.
Yeah. Because my worry is if we walk to Loudenhall, we might never see Brannen-El again.
Well, he seemed quite set on trying to realign this mirror.
Yeah.
But if you could give him a different thing to do, he might do that instead. But the worry is that if you do leave Brannen-El, he might forget all of you.
Yeah.
Which might not be a bad
write
thing.
him some notes. Just give him a little book. Alright, we're your friends.
draw a picture of everybody. This, if you see us, we are good.
We are nice. Yeah.
How far would you say we are from Loudenhall?
I'd say you're a narrative distance away. It's hard to say, but like it could
Let's
be a
try
couple of
Sister
days.
Elman first.
It could be a couple of days
Okay.
traveling. Might only be a day.
Okay. Should I try Sister Elman?
Yeah.
Okay. I will roll my ring depletion.
Ooh.
Fine.
Hey.
Okay. Hi, Sister Elman. This is Myr'ra Pentergast. We met with all that stuff in Loudenhall. Is Master Amblin in Loudenhall currently?
Or do you know where he is?
Do you know where he is? She can't reply to us. I always forget this because I treat it like the sending spell, so they can reply to you.
So
I think the last few words are like, "Damn it, you can't reply."
Why
And
is
then-
that my to reply?
like a couple of moments later, you get like a, "That's okay, Miss Pentergast. I can reply within my own abilities. It is nice to hear from you again that you're well, and I have not seen Master Amblin in some time. I can, however, send a sister to check."
Oh God! I think we want her to go. We want someone to go and check. Okay, I shall use my ring again. Say, let's see. Hey, it's also lovely to hear from you. Yes, if possible, could someone please go and check? It might be a bit urgent.
And then you get a reply and says, "I will let you know as soon as I know."
Okay, I relay that to the group.
The rest of the message is there anything I need to be concerned about?
Oh.
Do you want to send another one?
So Sister
Just to say
Elman,
that.
for everybody's benefit, Sister Elman is the head of the Church of Light in Loudenhall. So like that church, she's the head of the Church of Light.
She also led a ritual to help us talk to a celestial.
She also
It's not there anymore.
She definitely did the binding ritual for that as well, remember, with all their sisters?
She was quite powerful. I feel like I'm happy to use my ring again and reply, no, just Arcanatrix business, which is a lie. But I don't think we need her to know. We're trying to get to the moon. We think he might be there. Or should I just leave her hanging?
Just leave her unread. She said it was urgent. It's fine. She'll come back. Then maybe you can be like, "Oh, it's okay, great."
Yeah, amazing, thank you.
Or do you reply now if you feel it?
I think Nora would probably reply. Just out of courtesy.
Yeah.
Okay. No. All is well. Just Arcanatrix business. We've been trying to get in touch with him. As always, thanks for everything you do.
And yeah, there's no reply, as you can imagine. It was fairly self-contained. And yeah. So at least you've done that.
Okay.
Brannen-El just raises an eyebrow and looks at you.
We're trying to find out if he's here.
I see. Where is this town?
I point in the direction it is. Yeah, a couple of days that way.
Can you describe Master Amblin's appearance?
Oh no. Do we know anything about what Master Amblin looks like? Is there portraits in the Arcana trick?
Just,
We've looked at his.
do you want to just roll a d20 and we'll see what happens for that question?
If I roll it,
Anyone met
have
him
my.
No.
No.
Didn't you run into him and he was like, oh, hello, I have to get back to the moon.
We never met this guy. He's
Who was
always been this like hanging thread
Yeah.
of a person.
Since the first
What
arc.
is it, scary thing?
who's that I'm thinking of then?
I don't know who you're thinking of, but Amblin has never been
was
met by
some-
anyone.
There was someone that the party met at some point who was like, I have to get back to the moon.
I don't
Really?
remember this.
I'm not. I swear I'm not.
No,
making
you're
this up.
actually right.
Right? When? Am I forgetting?
It was before me. You were telling me about this. It was Arc 1 or 2.
You sure this wasn't just us telling you what Halcyon had told you guys about Amblin, which is that he came back and
That's
waffled
possible.
on about, because that is what happened to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Yes, we've
Yeah.
never met him.
Yeah,
Could be that then.
He possibly said it to Halcyon, and Halcyon
Yeah.
relayed it to us.
yeah, which is exactly what happened in
Oh,
Arc 1. Yeah, and
Yeah.
we have talked about that a
And
lot since then.
okay.
Because conspiracy walls.
Yeah, what you
The
have
image
done
that
is
I
you've
have in
talked
my
to
head-
Master Duell about the fact that Master Amblin is unreliable, which was hilarious. Because they're talking about Master
Pot,
Duell.
kettle, kettle, pot.
The image I had in my head was of like running into Amblin in a field or something, just as a kind of random one-off encounter. Like this, I guess this would be Arc 1.
Like Paul Bettany's Chaucer.
That's so random. No, that definitely never happened, unfortunately. Unless, I mean, if somebody can find the VOD part where I definitely don't remember, but I don't intend to pour through all that. But no, to my knowledge, that none of that happened.
Did you do transcriptions of videos?
Sometimes, yeah. Whether or not I can pick up me at the best of times is interesting. But yeah, with a 15, yeah, sure, there could have been some reason to have a picture of Amblin somewhere.
Yeah, well, like Professor Wall or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, I will draw. I will describe whatever that picture looks like.
Yeah. And then Brannen-El just kind of shrugs and says, it is unfortunate that is unlikely to help narrow it down. We haven't cast Amblin yet, have we? I mean, I know I said I kind of felt like he was a bit Pycelle-esque, but I feel like I said that about Duell as well. So, yeah.
I'm seeing a theme.
Yeah.
Old men.
I also just, so I had a physics teacher called Mr. Andrews, and that's who Master Duell is in my head, right? But he looked a lot like some love child of one of the Chuckle brothers and John Cleese.
Oh, amazing.
So if you imagine a love child between John Cleese and one of the Chuckle brothers, that's Master Duell. Because that's Mr. Andrews, my old physics teacher, who was great.
Amazing.
Yeah, he was excellent. And that's just, he had that same kind of closes the eyes, furrows the brow, none of this is important. Let me talk about what I wanted to talk about, regardless of its relevance. Yeah. And yeah, I haven't cast Amblin either, but I'm open to suggestions. But yeah, I think you describe Amblin anyway. Brannen-El kind of says, kind of closes his eyes and pinches the bridge of his nose again, and then spends some time just unresponsive for a bit. And it's about maybe 10 minutes. He does that, so either you stare at him for 10 minutes or you talk around him about possible plans and such. And then after that 10-minute period, he says, there is no one that I would say matches the description perfectly that I can see in that town.
Okay. That means he is probably. I point at the moon.
He just nods once, says, unless I'm unable to see him, if he can cloak himself in some way. Yeah, so you can probably guess that he's just like scried the whole town by like walking psychically through it or whatever. Yeah.
Wow. So cool. I don't know, gang.
Oh.
Okay. I'm going to apologise for the fact that I didn't take in any information for the past few minutes. I was, in fact, skimming through VODs. I'm going to stop that now because it's not very productive right now. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, it's not relevant, yeah. Brannen-El astral projected all through Loudonhall and couldn't see anyone matching the descriptions. What you missed?
I definitely missed that the first time, which I feel bad for, but I also missed it the second time just now because you cut out.
Oh, I see. Okay. You're obviously not meant to know. The fates have decreed. I said that Brannen-El was given the description of obviously Amblin, and then he psychically just went looking through Loudonhall for Amblin based on the description.
And kind of said he probably wasn't there.
Yeah, unless he can hide himself. Yeah, it can be Donald Sutherland. Yeah, why not?
President Snow.
Yeah.
Oh, he's definitely a bad guy now then.
From the very beginning. Wait, what?
It's always been him. I think I look around our like little group and I'm a bit like, I don't massively know like what we can do to help currently. I'm happy to wait and risk mirrors again.
Brannen-El looks at all of you and says, I think I would be more suited to readjusting the Myr'ra network from the Black Spire.
Okay. Can you like that would be my and if we're not currently helpful, should we return to our task? But feel free to call for us if you need us. And you remember.
He says, I thought you were going to check if this Amblin was in Loudonhall. No? Don't you have some contact there that is physically checking in on his whereabouts?
Yes, we can definitely wait for that.
I simply ask in case me moving you elsewhere would then pose as an inconvenience to you returning.
Well, yes, let's wait for Sister Elman's.
You also cannot be teleported again for some time.
Yeah.
Unless your friend can assist with that. And he kind of looks at you, Falkwin, briefly.
Hmm? I mean, Alu is back in commission, I suppose. Alu, do you want another snack?
She appears in her wind form and says, I don't like how demeaning that sounds, Falkwin. I'm not simply a pet that you must maintain.
Indeed, but if we needed to teleport again, would you be willing and able and enthusiastic to help out in the same way as before?
No. I do not think I can attune to more of that, unfortunately. It has
That's
been...
fair.
And she kind of gestures to herself and goes, it has been incorporated into my being now.
Mm-hmm.
More would not help.
I see.
She kind of like, you can feel the judgment from that, and she says, it is not about consumption, Falkwin. It is now that I am of a similar nature. I cannot be more of it.
Fascinating. It's like eating, but idempotent.
No, it's like making you out of hammers and then throwing a hammer at the pile.
I would argue semantics there, but that's not useful. So
she laughs, and then she looks at Myr'ra. She says, if I were to fuse with you, perhaps I could absorb some of it. But given everything you have going on with it, and she just puts her hand out and gestures to you. She goes, it is a risk you'll have to take on.
Well, why don't we wait and see if...
Do you see Brannen-El looking between everyone, but like, fascinating. Like,
I think Myr'ra will be willing to take that risk if we need to teleport, like, immediately. Because right now we are very far away from anywhere we sort of want to be.
But like, Brannen-El isn't saying you can't come with him, he's just saying that it's dangerous for you to go.
Yeah.
Everybody else could jump teleport-wise with him, fine. You wouldn't be good. There's not even a roll involved with how bad that would be because of how much radiation hit you. Obviously, if you waited a period of time to let it dissipate, or found a way to get rid of it.
Could I try countermeasures on it?
You could, yeah.
In effect?
You could give it a go if you wanted.
Yeah.
And roll.
Like... Crow. They want ongoing effect.
Yeah, remember we discussed how we'll deal with that contextually.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see what happens.
I think Myr'ra would like to move away from everybody if she was going to try it.
As you do that, Brannen-El just stands between the group and you and goes, I will make sure that there is no unfortunate side effects. I don't imagine there will be. He tries to sound reassuring, but it maybe sounds a bit condescending.
Okay. Whew. Let's do it. So it's an intellect roll. It is fascinating. I don't know the level. I'm going to use all of my effort. I don't have an asset. I don't know what that one's for. It's for typing in. Cost.
Okay.
Costs 4. Okay.
Okay. So that rolled an 18 again.
Yeah, I don't know what it has. And it also put none of my efforts in.
It's okay. Do you want to try doing the same thing exactly again? Just to see if it gives us another 18. In which case I might get Kalli to roll for you.
It hasn't been an 18.
Okay. But just do the exact same math again.
Yeah, okay.
And we'll see what
I don't know the
happens.
difficulty. Oh no, I clicked the wrong thing. Try again.
We'll see if we get Kalli
Don't know the
winding back
difficulty.
up.
Oh, yeah. I didn't put the cost in.
Okay.
Rolled a 14 that time.
That's okay. But yeah, no, I think it's
I wonder if it's doing it for, is it 18, 19, and 20 other things happen? But whatever app I'm using is coding it all in as GM intrusion.
Yeah, it's so weird that it's I don't get it. I do not get what, like, because it is telling me there is criticals on this, but there isn't, other than the fact that like a 17, 18, 19, and 20 are special effects, right?
Yeah, do things, yeah. Again, this app, I don't know if it's massively official. So
that's fine.
And it's linked to the system, so.
That's okay, yeah. How much effort did you put in?
4.
4 levels of effort, so we're adding 12 to that number?
Yeah.
Okay, so we rolled 30?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you dissipate the energy.
Oh.
It was a difficulty 10.
Oh.
That's
wow.
That's wild.
It's well done.
Oh.
And you just have Brannen-El just shaking like, fascinating.
I think they're also overwhelmed again. Okay. I feel like that worked. Can I also argue that Myr'ra would now maybe be more aware of the feeling of the irradiation and might be able to like track it in herself?
Yeah, definitely.
That's very cool.
Because you had a state of being quite heavily dosed to absolutely clear. So yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. I might rest for a moment.
Aliben says to you, by the way, Falkwin, Aliben says, perhaps that is someone we should be both studying and concerned about.
Yeah, I made it a concerned.
Dissipate your magic next, Alabama. Just you wait. On Myr'ra's hit list.
Oh,
And I'm free to
Yeah,
move
I
you
like-
all now.
yes. But shall we still wait for Sister Elman?
And he kind of just gestures to you as if it's your call. He's got stuff
I
to do,
think-
so
I
he's
think-
happy to do what he does there.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have a way to
Wait
contact
and rest
me.
a bit.
True.
What was
I
that, Kalli?
suppose that
Sorry,
is
did you
just-
lose a bit of me again? Was that?
I said just wait and rest a bit.
Okay.
I suppose.
Yeah. Is he going to go back to his town? Do we have to like ring him to be like, can you come get us?
Can you just drop us off?
Or do we want to ask him to just take us back to the boat? And if Sister Elman gets in touch, I can message him to say, this is what she said.
Yes, I prefer the second one.
And yeah. Like, as beautiful as this lake is,
Yeah.
it's really helpful, yeah.
It's not going to be
If
very
he's,
productive.
if he's teleporting us to the boat, could he not just teleport us to the island?
It's definitely worth an ask. Why don't we ask?
Oh,
Let's skip the boat trip. Come on.
I like the idea that you would get
unless
to the
it's
boat
pirates.
and then basically say, why didn't we just ask to go to the... Why did we ask to come back here?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that is true. Why are we going to spend, like, what, 2 or 3 weeks?
Yeah.
And then travelling all the way
What's happened at that
down.
time? We
Yeah.
know us and we know Viktor. We will be on that boat forever.
And given all the other nonsense that's going on, you know, the world might end by the time we get.
We
these
need
sections.
to go sharpish.
Yeah, I'm happy to ask.
So are we just betting that there's a way to the moon over there? Or are we?
I think that's Brannen-El's thing. We go and do Dinosaur Island, and if he manages to realign the mirrors and remembers us.
And yeah,
Indeed.
knows who we are.
Okay.
But we could also do Dinosaur Island. If he hasn't checked in, then we check in. Or if something changes on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And even if he
At
does
least
forget
now-
you
now
all,
we remember.
you have a ring made of obsidian mirror, which would be enough of a... Well, I clearly know these people, because how else would they have that, right? So,
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
And didn't you
And
leave him
also,
a note
like,
saying, here's the people you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, we throw him a picture of it. And him.
It's also-
Who's the best at drawing?
I feel like it's unclear what he'll forget. Right?
Mhm.
I feel like
That's his worry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also think Ignysera would be saying, could you also bring us back something for my uncle?
No, but we're going to. I'm going to get some. But also, yeah, just anywhere you go, I'm gonna be bringing trinkets from everywhere.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we're asking for Dinosaur Island.
Do it.
Fast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you might not be able to, but just worth an ask.
If we are able to teleport and you need time to realign these mirrors, we were on our way to Dinosaur Island to fetch materials for the Arcanatrix. Would it be possible to go directly there?
Sure. It just looks confused by the whole
Doesn't
thing.
sound.
Can I inquire as to what
You do
this
need to-
Arcanatrix is doing?
We've been tasked to get some shells of the king's best friend lizard.
Dangerous.
He knows the equation. Do we want to mention the equation? Because we're pretty sure that's what they use to build their cities.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, a colleague of mine is researching the Abrodak equation, which I understand knowledge of was, well, known in your time, but has since been lost.
Lost?
Well, it's not known anymore what the solution is, or if
How
such
unfortunate.
exists.
And you're looking to recreate this equation.
Yes, quite. Well,
How far
my
have you
colleague
got?
is. I don't really know. We're the lackeys, essentially. She's doing the research and the work, and I believe she's quite close. but she needs certain items for the next step for some reason, and we're getting those for her.
I see. I could write it down.
You know, I'm sure she would be thrilled with that.
Kind of like raises an eyebrow. It's like,
Um,
I don't understand
just the
why that was
equation-
lost. The cities still stand, don't they? Bassanet and
Yes.
Cascade, and indeed Looks Up and Soma.
Well, the knowledge of Soma itself was rather diluted over the years. No one knows that it's not a natural.
I mean, people
Or
also
she-
worship Soma as a goddess, so
Yeah,
yeah, that's also a thing.
Does he know that? Like,
Does it look like he knows that?
no.
Mhm.
When you write down the equation, could you also sketch the proof? Because I'm sure,
I like your findings and your workings on the side. Otherwise,
Yeah,
you don't get full marks.
not all theorems are self-evident once you state them.
I am aware that you have a passenger with you, but if you will open your mind to me, I can impart the equation.
Oh,
That's so cool.
yes, please. Falkwin's thirst for knowledge suddenly takes over.
And Brannen-El just touches your forehead, and yeah, like, you have a migraine.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah.
Do I feel like I understand life, the universe, and everything?
No, you feel like you've got a lot of unpacking mentally to do with a whole bunch of
I see.
information that seems to be unspilling.
Could you write down the equation anyway, just so that I know what to do with this?
He laughs and says, I don't know if you can read Ironroot,
Oh,
but
I
I
kind of
can
look
write
at
it down.
Myr'ra like, can anyone read Ironroot these days?
Probably
I mean,
not.
somebody
That's
probably
probably
knows
one
it,
we
right?
lost,
But
yeah.
yeah, it is probably like it might be very few and far people that can read that. And yeah, Modestlar definitely can read Ironroot.
I'm sure it would be valuable anyway, even if linguistically.
He just materializes a piece of parchment and hands it over.
There you go.
I would recommend
And obviously, we found an
utilizing
ancient
this.
scroll on Dinosaur Island.
I recommend that you utilize this information carefully. Self-sustained magic can be reckless when interrupted. And he gestures up back to the moon,
Indeed.
which is my current concerns.
Still nothing from Sister Elven.
Nothing yet. Well, it's been, 5 minutes or something? 10 minutes of, like, yeah, so it takes time to run from this side of, across the whole town of Loudenhall.
Yeah. Okay. Do we still want to go to Dinosaur Island?
I suppose we wouldn't want, even if Amber was at Loudenhall, would we want to go there immediately? And I suppose we probably would, but Dinosaur Island. I want to go to there.
I want to go to Dinosaur Island.
I mean,
Now we have the equation. Do we need to go to Dinosaur Island?
I know.
Well, we only
We
have
still
the
need
equation if
materials.
Falkwin can unpack.
Yeah, we don't know whether we need the eggs or not for it, but
Big still.
We've still been asked for them.
yes.
So we could argue that even if it doesn't work out for this equation, they're probably quite good to have.
I am not trying to avoid Dinosaur Island. I'm looking forward to Dinosaur Island. Just the explorer in Nori is desperate to get to somewhere new.
What's the plan, gang?
Well,
Yeah,
the
and
Dinosaur
this
chance,
is
Island or
perhaps
bust.
I like how everyone's what it wants there.
Sorry.
It's okay, on you go, F Master Amblin.
If Master Amblin is in Leadenhall, that means we can just message him. Even if we
That's true. Yeah, we can still go to Dinosaur Island and be like, and just have a chat with him over the phone.
Me and Falkwin can try our put a thing / project.
Yeah, because
and be able to like.
I mean, arguably, Falkwin could just do that. Like, well, no, Falkwin hasn't been to the office, I suppose.
I've never been to.
Yeah.
Falkwin's never been to Leadenhall.
You would need to do it like 120 odd times or whatever to like jump, look around in your space, go, oh, I can see that place now. Cast again. Yeah. Jump. Try and find your way.
Master Amblin to come.
Wait, hang on. How?
Then Falkwin would have been here, and I would have been here.
It's a place you're familiar with, I believe.
Yeah.
So distance viewing costs 5, and I have an edge of 4 at the moment. So with 2 more advancements, I can get my edge up to 5 because I need to get to tier 4 and then take edge. And once I get to that point, I can do this cheat of infinitely distance viewing.
Yeah.
And like basically just walking around in my mind at quite high speed.
Yeah, what do you think Brannen-El just did?
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if he can take us to Dinosaur Island. I think that's my vote.
Let's do it.
So we're still voting.
We can always
Dinosaur Island.
Yeah.
Dinosaur Island. Always Dinosaur.
If we can't go immediately to the moon, then Dinosaur Island is a good second place.
Yeah.
It's also like even if Falkwin's got the knowledge and needs to unpack it, Sarah probably wants to finish her research thread.
I mean, you could just become a master wizard instead of her.
I don't think
Look what I decided.
I mean,
what have I found? Yeah.
It's not Falkwin's achievement. It's the Ironroot Elves.
I mean, arguably, you also found a living Ironroot Elf, which is pretty good.
Sure.
Is that enough?
Yes.
Just go, look, I found an Ironroot Elf. Can I be a wizard now?
I can just imagine it like the Cascade Nobel Prize ceremony. And the Nobel Prize goes to Falkwin and his 4 lackeys. How does history remember you?
Brannen-El's just like, hi everybody. I was discovered apparently. Yeah. Amazing.
Just imagine it like
I belong in a museum.
like Bender when he's the professor's Nobel Prize.
Yep.
He's just a big fat man.
Amazing. So yeah, he was asking Brannen-El to take you to Dinosaur Island.
Yeah, I think we are.
Everybody agree?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to go there without a guide.
Oh shit.
We weren't sure about, was the guide not just to get us to the
Yeah, we didn't know whether they were actually going to show us or not.
Well, again, we can message Sarah and be like, we've made it to the island. We're going to sit in Ignysera's tent until your guide gets here.
What worries me more is returning from the island.
Yeah.
We can swim. It'll be fine.
I think we've established you can't swim.
Yeah, that's so true.
You can take us to where we need to get the boat to get to Dinosaur. So we are not going on an...
Again, I'm not saying you shouldn't just immediately go to Dinosaur Island. I think that's a hilarious outcome. But it's just all the other variables you might be skipping.
Yeah.
But you should just do it. What the fuck? Yeah. These are a magical bunch.
Because we can also do that. Like, if we need to get out, we can message Pride. There's a whole bunch of people who can like get us out of the shit. And they like us enough that if we go, hello, so sorry, we're about to be eaten by a dinosaur. Come on, Dinosaur Island.
It's so tempting.
So, perhaps it would be worth having a think, right? As a group, just weigh up all the things you've currently got on the agenda, right? Some of which is being on Dinosaur Island. That has been the whole point of the arc for all of you. But now you don't need to do that because you did that thing where you ask someone that can just skip quest content. Okay. But does that mean you want to rob yourselves of the adventure, right? Because I think a lot of you still wanted to climb over Death Mountains to fight giant birds that can chuck carriages at people. So...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got us a bird. We should get the dinosaur.
And you have that cipher that stops the pheromones being a problem.
Yeah.
We got the plant.
Mm-hmm.
We got given the plant.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, maybe the pheromones are useful. Maybe there's some like ironroot elves left on the moon, and like we need to block their pheromones.
The ironroot pheromones, yeah.
Maybe there are moon dinosaurs. Oh, that's a good one for the session title. Ironroot pheromones.
Moon
I
dinosaurs.
mean, moon dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Moon dinosaurs, you know?
Moon
Dinosaurs.
versus dinosaurs does feel like quite a... Okay. What else do we need to do? Help Brannen-El with whatever the fuck's going on.
Might I remind you, there's a goals section in our...
Yeah.
Yep. So...
I want to finish Zira's quest.
Yeah. So we'll get...
Yeah, we've got like 2/3. We should just do it.
Instead of finding amazing ways to not do that quest. Yeah, I mean... That is pretty much the main thing on there. Really. Besides stopping the heart piercer.
Maybe there's a clue to that on the island. Who knows? We don't know what's in the middle.
Yep.
There might be a Saurian civilization.
Maybe the middle of the island is Mirage.
We've got Brannen-El and Sloth to make up.
We've
Update
mentioned
the
them,
Iron
yeah.
Laws.
I
Yep,
did try that
you
one.
did. Yep, you got them talking about ALS. Replacement for the captain of the guards. Yeah.
Lockhart's working on that.
Yeah. Falkwin's obviously trying to become a warlock. So, do you want to just do your intro?
Ah,
Oh my gosh.
Want to do your wee intro just now for us?
Help us.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Alexander, and tonight I will be playing Lockheart Dourf, an empathic speaker who is definitely here somewhere but cannot be seen and was speaking a lot into a very windy day, so there's most of my voice.
So, would you like to be updated on the current question?
Yes,
you can
only
weigh
the
in.
current.
Oh,
Yes.
good lord. So,
Go for it.
so we're with Brannen-El
Of course.
by a lake in Denk. Because there are some mirrors that went off-piste. But our current question, despite the fact that he's sort of given us the answer to the Abradak equation, is do we still want to go to Dinosaur Island?
and by
Also the
giving us
moons
the
themselves.
and by giving us the answer, he basically took a packet of data, just kind of inserted it into Falkwin's brain, and it's slowly unraveling and giving him a migraine in the process. But hopefully, by the end of it, Falkwin actually understands the proof of the Abradak equation.
Oh, hello.
Right. I mean, Dinosaur Island, though.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying.
So I just want to rewind a tiny bit now and say why he's at the side of the
He
lake.
said the right answer.
So,
Well, we are concerned
okay, so
about... Go.
the moon was built by the Ironroot Elves in its entirety. It's like an Ironroot Death Star, except without the laser. Probably, who knows?
Maybe.
That does not sound like a guarantee.
Yeah. They had a city on it or in it. We don't really know what's inside or versus on the surface. You know, like that's a really big thing.
Moons
It's
are.
where they went. Yeah. It's where they went after they gave sin to the devils. He also doesn't really seem to be aware that it's since like kind of people don't know this anymore, and it's now being worshipped as a goddess. He doesn't really seem to know about that. Also, the Fae Queen is there. on the moon.
That's the she.
That's
That's
the
the
she
she.
that got
Yeah.
woke up.
Someone has woken her up. Her influence is strong. She's up there. She has been up there. I guess maybe it's her prison. Maybe she's at the center of the moon or something. I don't know. That would be a bit of cliche.
Yeah, because I'm above those.
Like, I've told you about Final Fantasy XIV, right? There was the Algan Empire, and they made an artificial moon and kind of trapped the Elder Dragon Bahamut in the middle of it. And
Yeah, there's a
it was
lot I
his
laughed
prison.
at internally.
There is a lot of. We're all suspicious of moons.
Moons are fun. Yeah, so Falkwin is there. Amblin, going back and forward. Circumstantial evidence points to him either being a puppet of the Falkwin or just kind of inadvertently causing havoc by being Amblin and ambling around. We think he's probably on the moon now, but we're not sure. And also, we think that the way that we tried to get to the moon, using this kind of like network of teleporting mirrors, we think that he's probably discovered this network but didn't really quite know how to use it, and has kind of figured it out enough, but has also kind of set the balance off in the process, which is why he's figured out how to get there, but in the process, like the way that Brannen-El used to know how it worked, is like him trying to do it that way has made us kind of skew off to Denk instead of the moon.
So effectively, Myr'ra was teleported to Brannen-El and then just asked everybody else to be moved to her off the boat. Alubin absorbed all the radiation from the teleportation for her own agenda and saved everybody getting irradiated in the process, which was lovely of her. And then you all agreed to go to the moon with Brannen-El through the obsidian mirror. And then he walked through the obsidian mirror and half of you nearly drowned in a lake in Denk, because there seems to be an obsidian mirror at the bottom of that lake. It seems to be suspiciously close to Loudenhall, which does seem to maybe imply that this is how Amblin's getting to the moon and back.
Yes.
So we know Amblin's a decent swimmer.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Also, Alubin
Context clues.
definitely didn't just absorb all that out of the kindness of her own heart. She's doing stuff. She's got an agenda here.
Right, okay. Yeah, because she loves getting things to jumpstart.
She loves accruing energy so that she can finish her job, her goal.
In terms as well of like practical concerns about us going straight to Dinosaur Island. If we go direct, we don't have the guide, who we weren't 100% sure was coming with us anyway. And we also, no one knows we're there. We don't have a boat to get off.
The latter is important. We don't have a way to get home.
One person could get home.
Yes, we can send one person to Margot. But then we probably can't for a wee bit, because if Brannen-El teleports us now, we'll all be irradiated again. So we'll have to stay there for a bit anyway.
But someone did trick to purge themselves of radiation.
Yes. Someone now knows how hard that is.
Yeah, Hannah just rolled a difficulty 10 roll. Yeah.
What a good time to be able to have 4 levels of effort.
Yeah.
What was that skill again?
Countermeasures.
Countermeasures is cool. Special ability.
Yeah. It was also on my list.
So is Brannen-El still wanting... Does he think he can figure out how to get from Denk to the moon, even though the mirrors are slightly squid?
He wants to do it from his tower, and he thinks it might take time.
It could realign this mirror, but he says it would take a lot of time and the water poses a problem. So he may as well go back to his tower to do it. He doesn't have an issue with you guys coming with, but it seemed like you had other stuff to do. You then told him what the other stuff was, and he went, "Oh, the Aberdac equation, I can just tell you that."
Now, Sierra was just looking for stuff to help with the Aberdac equation.
To further the research, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't necessarily think that these exact ingredients were going to crack the case wide open.
Correct.
So us getting them would probably still serve a purpose for someone at some point. Even
Also, we're paying back because we nicked things.
yes, it is still a debt to be repaid.
Guess what's
They
way,
might be
worth
useful
way
for the
more
equation.
than a level 9 cipher is the fucking upper deck equation. Just saying.
Yeah, that's not on Dinosaur Eye.
It's not, you're correct, because you just asked him to stop you needing to go there.
Can you put something else on Dinosaur Island that
Brannen-El, here is Nori. Put Nori on Dinosaur Island so we have to go rescue him.
To be fair, Dinosaur Island is connected to Master Amblin. So potentially we're going there to investigate Master Amblin and his past.
There's also the mystery. What's in the mooncubator in the middle?
Middle.
the moon incubator?
You have to pass the territorial donut to get to the mooncubator.
It's a giant obsidian mirror.
Right. Oh, so many
Yeah.
options.
And is that how Brannen-El was going to get us there?
No.
No, he's going to teleport us.
Okay.
Hence, irradiation again.
Yeah, not mirror us.
And there
How's
isn't
the
any
mirror?
description that there's a mirror on Dinosaur Island.
We don't know.
Just a joke.
Can we take a mirror with us?
Anyone think they're particularly good at swimming? Could we go and steal this one?
I mean, how big was this one? You know?
Big enough for us all to get through. It's probably quite big. Probably not.
It's like a slab of the stone or metal.
Well, is the bottom of the lake further than short range away?
Yes. It is.
I see. How much further?
Narratively.
Like, how deep into the lake would I need to go in order to be able to yoink it?
You need to really see it.
And it's pitch black down there.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
We're not allowed to exchange rings.
I mean, also, like, Falkwin does glow occasionally, though. Like,
True.
Oh yeah.
Does anyone have a spell of water breathing?
Nope.
Also, it just struck me that I rolled a nat 20 earlier, but I actually also had an item that gave me an asset versus cold damage. Or cold, just
Yeah, we've
versus
got a-
cold in general.
Wonderful winter scar.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, we all got one of those, right?
Mm-hmm.
Someone
Yeah.
gave theirs away.
Yes, we all had one. I think it's in a better place now.
Yeah, no, it was nice of
Um,
you giving her like that to like use as a pillow. It was nice.
Yeah, so
Good luck. Catch up. Yep.
Yeah, so choose for us help.
I mean,
How's Lockhart? Sorry, dealing with the bombshell that is. Let's retroactive a little. How's Lockhart dealing with the bombshell that is? Because you've been told now. Because Myr'ra told the group.
yeah.
By the way, humans were Fae.
hmm I mean, it obviously connects a few dots that we had and answers a few questions. And does one of the things that Alexander / Lockhart probably did think was like, I wonder what the forest looked like before that then. With the bronze bark and the silver thorns, did Dank look very different at that point? I wonder.
Arguably, the silver thorns looked very different when there wasn't silver in the world.
Sorry, what was that?
I said, arguably, the silver thorns looked very different before there was silver in the world.
Yeah, I think we did talk about that before.
Oh, you go and talk to Luan, the man who conquered the moon.
Sorry, Lundaranthwil.
Yeah, him. I bailed halfway through the word.
That's okay.
No.
It's normally Erdwagnon that you bail on, so
Yeah.
that's why I was like, is it
Yeah.
him? No, it's the moon guy.
Nope.
He who conquered the moon.
I mean, from like a legal standpoint, it's messy, but it's also like we can kind of we don't need to worry about, I think you take it the good way. We don't need to worry so much about that whole sort of Iron Maw stuff because blowing all of that wide open.
That technically predates us. Maybe it doesn't count.
But yeah, I think for where we are, I think a lot of Lockhart's sort of thoughts was particularly going via the desert wastes and potentially orc lands to get to Dinosaur Island, would have been quite like an interesting and potentially useful diplomatic sort of mission. And if we are going to end up just skipping all of that to get to Dinosaur Island, it's like a lot of the kind of the real benefit was the diplomacy we made along the way. For skipping that takes quite a bit of the wind out of the sails of Dinosaur Island in general for Lockhart. I still think, they would be useful, and we have been trying, but getting to the moon seems like a potential priority. As I want to go to Dinosaur Island, I really do, but I'm trying to find a reason.
I think we'd still be waiting, as in if we went to the tower with Brannen-El, we would still just be waiting for him to fix.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to need to spend some time to...
There's little yous can achieve in the tower, I guess, is possibly, that's like his base of operations. He doesn't seem to mind yous guys coming along, but it kind of limits what yous do. You probably still need to go elsewhere. But he probably could send you to Cascade City through the Myr'ras, easy enough, or to Bassinay through the Myr'ras.
Mm-hmm.
I bet there's another Myr'ra in Sin.
That's Bassinay.
Right, okay,
yep.
I see.
But again, do we want to risk going back through Myr'ra Network if we think it might be unaligned?
Well, you do know that he used it from, arguably, to get to Cascade City and back.
Yeah,
and you've travelled
so
through it
probably
to get from Cascade City to the Black Spire. So it could just be the moon that's the problem.
Is the moon still orange?
Yeah, it's getting very, very amber and very, very dim.
Okay. Well, if Myr'ra's still got communication, you'd be like, let us know when you're done, and we'll come help you. You just drop us off at Dinosaur Island first.
Yeah, I think that was Because we know if we do the boat and the deploy, which would be great, we'll be here for weeks. We could try and go for Port City in the Orc lands that would get us there, but that I think relies on us knowing where that is and being able to express it to Brannen-El.
Yeah, I'm just similar to He Who Conquered the Moon. We do also have the Lunar Empress,
Moon.
And as much as I don't really necessarily want to try to get help from them, if they do have understandings of the moon greater than our own,
Lockhart would know enough to know that she's the head of the lunar priests, right, and priestesses and such. So Fendi was going to have known something about the moon. It's likely them, but do they know it's a city and not the moon goddess?
It's a goddess.
The moon goddess was
Soma, the one that Samza followed, and remember her sword was even called Soma's sister, and it was the goddess of harvest, but it was the goddess of harvest aspect of Eve, remember, because there's 3 gods effectively worshipped, and it's aspects of them that get deified, like harvest, Soma, change, etc. It's a very complicated, theological system. It seems like Soma might have appeared in the last 900 years. Based on information you now know.
Mhm.
Okay. So...
You might be getting analysis paralysis just from the sheer scope presented in front of you guys. What's the top of your list as players? What is from like the agenda, right? What is the top of your list? I don't mean in the goals page, I just mean in general, to use as players, what would you most likely want to do? Because currently you have a very, very big resource in front of you.
Go to
we
Moon,
know
make
if
sure
she's
things
waking
don't-
up.
1 second.
Is
What was
how
that,
long-
Falkwin? What are you saying?
Go to Moon, make sure world is not being fucked up.
Okay. So we know that is in a timer for Brannen-El to sort out the doors to get there. He's not willing to expend the energy to move everybody there in case it burns through the souls that he's holding on to. So he wants to use the mirrors. So we know that's at least pending, and you will be told when he knows. So what's next in line? And Alexander, was there something?
Well, yeah, it was just where the threat in that was. It was just Brannen-El thinks this is bad and wants to go and investigate. Like, we've not had, declaration of war from...
No, so the things that have been kind of highlighted though were the fact that... Oh, am I coming through at all there? Nope. Yeah, so the things that have been highlighted regarding that fact is... he did kind of mention if the Aberdac equation gets unbalanced, it could be very explosive and problematic, and he pointed at the moon when he said that to the group. I don't think you were here for that. And also, he did worry about how much he would lose mentally because of her waking up. So, he doesn't even know if Yuz will be able to maintain the knowledge.
And he doesn't have any insight into why she didn't become a human.
Yes, he does. That was said earlier. She was the one that was going to stay out of the ritual. In case anything happened to her people, she would remain vigil, as it were, eternally, by sleeping in case something, happened that didn't follow the ritual, right? All the Fae were meant to become people. She would be there in case she was betrayed. But Brannen-El should have forgot as part of that. Because there were always humans, remember? And he should have been part of that agreement. But he remembers the Fae. The party did also discuss that Kyril was released from prison and then was healed. And Kalli... And was also concerned generally just with the party. Like Kalli then did say, did healing him heal all the Fae? Because arguably there's 2 Fae. So I ask again, priorities, folks. What's on top of the player list of to-dos? So we know the moon is pending. We've got Dinosaur Island with the mystery of the center of the island. And some eggshells to collect from the territorial donut.
I suppose we could ask Kyril if he could now sense Fae Queen on Moon. Because he's our other Fae connection.
Could ask Kyril to take all of you to the moon.
We did, yeah.
But remember,
I suggested that.
But the problem being, just for Alexander's benefit, Brannen-El said, I don't believe that Kyril could get to Soma, akin to Cascade Say.
Bill, how is she on the moon?
Yeah, how is she on the moon? Yeah. Good question.
What if she's in the moon? What if the moon was made for her? Well, no, it wouldn't have been.
No,
made
they
for
said
her.
they
The
went,
moon
yeah,
existed.
post.
But Fae bullshit.
That's
Like,
what
it was blah, 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 blah.
Bingo.
Oh, I don't trust anything anymore.
I love the Fae in this world.
Wait for Brannen-El. We don't know how long that's going to take.
Mm-hmm.
Wait for a response from
Sister Elman.
Sister Elman. Find out if Professor Alban is in Loudville. or get
Drunk.
Brannen-El to take us to Dinosaur Island and have some fun. Waiting, let's just go.
I think the mystery at the centre of the island is. I'm not saying it's guaranteed going to be related, but it could be. Of the ones that we have, it's got moon in the name.
Does it?
Therefore, it could be related. So
Does it have moon in the name?
It does now.
we gave it moon in the name.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
the moon
yeah,
shape.
you just called it the Mooncubator. Yeah, that wasn't me. I just wrote it down.
The other
It's now
one just to
canon
play
linked
Yeah.
to the moon.
for Dinosaur Island is, what if there is a secret Saurian society that have managed to escape the Rakishan? I'm going to hand wave.
Yeah.
Because if Amblin married a Saurian on Dinosaur Island,
Mm-hmm.
and they were the other like species, like race of people who were able to like compete with the Iron Reef.
hmm
So that could be possibly some interesting oral histories passed down, if nothing else.
Yep. So I think we're back to the island. I don't see it. It does seem like we've got the time. If it's going to take Amblin, it's going to take
Brannen-El.
So Brannen-El a little bit of time. Then yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
there's also
Yes.
a sense of
I agree.
readiness as well.
A chance at what? Sorry, I missed the last
It's
part.
either that, or we're also going to come back and have 3 weeks on a boat if we don't do it now while we have free transport.
Oh
Getting
no, we're
back
going to
off.
leave a boat floating in the water. Oh,
Yeah,
pollution.
they're going to wonder where we've gone to.
Yeah, the rest of the
it's
crew.
important.
Like, where the people?
I'll dress as a ghost and then project myself onto the ship. And we'll
I like-
cause more Betty Bones.
I like the
roots.
idea that the projection isn't ghostly enough, that you're dressing as a ghost to then project as...
Because it is a mad like phrasing of it. It just puts whatever you want. So you can dress up and be something else,
Yeah.
and that's what's projected. Which I just think is fun.
That's so
It'd
good.
be a crow. I
Yeah.
probably couldn't. I'm not allowed to do intellect tasks when I'm a crow. I could start the projection and then become a crow.
Okay.
Dress up as a
That
crow.
night. Oh, I love it.
Yeah. So,
Dinosaur Island. One
what do
vote
you
for me.
what do you say to Brannen-El?
We thank him for the Empathic equation. But I think maybe stress that we've still got to fulfill like the commitment we made.
You know.
And like he smiles back at you as you like agree. It's like oh we still have an agreement to fulfill for our colleague. And he smiles and goes, yes, and who doesn't love dinosaurs?
Exactly. Amazing.
Yeah, why wouldn't he love dinosaurs?
Yes, because they're the best.
So
Yes. Let's go.
he puts his hand out for your
Brannen-El,
hand,
please
Myr'ra.
take us.
Okay. I give him my hand.
Yeah, and he touches the ring
Uh-huh.
and he says, that will take your group to where you need to be. But it will only have one charge.
Okay. God.
If you are to find another way of transporting yourselves through magic, I would recommend that you or your friend Elven. And he says that word like very, like he clearly understands the meaning of the phrase Elven, the way he says the word. But that's how she's been referred to in the group, so he's just going with it because he finds her fascinating. And he says, "Yes, you and your friend Elven. A way to purge yourselves of the irradiation. I would wait at least 1, maybe preferably 2 weeks before trying to transport similarly."
Okay. 2 weeks on Dinosaur Island.
I thank you for your assistance so far, and I am afraid I may need to call on you again. I may need to call on you again. However, I do fear that I may not know that I need your assistance. Time will tell.
I can check in just to see how you're getting on.
I wouldn't.
I gesture at, like...
Yeah. He just says,
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
It may be more of a risk than you should bear.
Okay.
And then, like, he just puts his hand out and, like, his, like, 8-sided staff hits his hand with a thud against metal on metal. And he says, until next time. And then that weird, just, like, shifting lines of vanishing.
Okay.
So that's Brannen-El.
Uh-huh. He's a lot.
Yes, an interesting
Very
character.
sad.
We've met quite a few powerful people in this mission. And left to tell the tale. Even more surprising.
I worry this takes him away from doing what he feels he needs to do. But then I look at the moon and I'm like, I suppose it does take precedence currently. Do we want to wait here until Sister Elman gets back in touch? And then go to Dinosaur? Because I think we can, like, direct this. Or are we just going? I'm happy.
I don't know what it would achieve to wait now.
Maybe is there other people that need to do their any rests?
Yeah,
or
like
any
an hour
recovery
rest or
or
something.
anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone to take like a wee
rest.
nice hour break near the lovely lake in beautiful Dink. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually.
Yeah. Yep. You can do your action in
some
your
recovery
hour.
rolls.
Yeah.
I've only used like 1 point since last.
That's fine.
Since we've last.
I've burned through a few.
You just need to roll recovery rolls. You can just take the hour rest, I suppose, without needing it to be a official mechanic. Yeah.
I don't even need to go that far.
Doing the recovery roll crashed my tablet.
Amazing.
So,
Amazing.
Yeah, we can get Kalli to do yours for you if you wish. Yeah.
I could find an actual D6 somewhere.
Yeah, you could do that as well if you want.
And just
Yeah.
note it down, and then once it's back, I'll put it in.
Sure. Physical dice, what?
1. So that's 5.
So that dice is dead to me.
And then I'm going to do my 10 minute. Okay, then, well, that's better. 9. And then we're doing our hour. Okay.
Yeah. In that space of time, you get a message back from Sister Elman saying that Sister Lucia has reported back that no, there is no sign of Master Amblin.
Okay.
And
I think
from
that's what
asking
we thought.
around, there has been no sign of him for a couple of weeks.
Okay. We're pretty sure he's on the moon.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
based on what you know, it means that he's maybe got 2 weeks before he should come back.
Okay.
It gives you 2 weeks to run around Dinosaur Island.
Yes, perfect time.
Which is the amount of time that we needed. Shall we go? Let's do it. I have a map of Dinosaur. I have a map of the other continent. Does it have Dinosaur Island on it?
Oh, it's got the Expanse Sea in Dinosaur Island, yeah. Like,
Okay.
got some maps.
Can I use that to be like, let's go here?
You could try.
Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
If we landed on the west side of the island, is it more likely to be like a port or something that is, if there is inhabitants or anything?
I mean, likely, given that the path you were told to go was straight across.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And then, like,
I'm just wondering whether there'll
over.
be maybe
Arguably.
someone potentially.
So should we go directly to the head of the dinosaur?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's the plan.
Straight
Yeah.
to the middle and then run.
Yeah,
I mean,
shall we?
you could try straight to the middle and then run if you
Or
wanted.
just straight to the middle and then just, fall
But we
into an
know-
incubator volcano something.
But the king's best friend doesn't live in the middle.
Correct.
Mhm.
Nothing
Unlike
seems to live in the middle.
ring.
You live in the donut.
The territorial donut.
Yeah.
Okay. So, western coast, basically the T-Rex head, is where we're aiming for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to give me an intellect roll there, Hannah Banana? Can use physical
Kalli,
dice
I
if you
might
want.
need
Yeah.
to do it. Oh no, wait, I might be in. I might be back in.
Mhm.
No, it says I have 0 characters.
That's okay. You can, if you've got a real dice there, you can roll that if you want.
wait.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Hey.
Okay, I have recovered.
Mhm.
So I will add that back in quickly. What is going on? Okay, I will do that for now. Yes, I am going to. So it's an intellect roll?
Yep.
Maybe. Okay. I don't know the level.
No.
I'm going to use all 4 of my effort.
Okay.
You don't have any assets. Is the ring an asset? No. It's just
No.
not letting me do this
Yep.
well. Yeah. Okay.
22 is alright. Or is that, no, it's 26? I can't remember. No, I can't do math. It is 22. I was right the first time.
22. Yeah.
Yeah. Right the first time. Okay, yeah. So, I'm assuming everyone's stepping near Myr'ra as they begin to, bring out some sympathetic items to try and pull you to Dinosaur Island. And yeah, the magic obviously envelops all of you. You have that weird, disjointed line special effect we paid a lot of money for and keep reusing this session. And then you all reappear with, again, the kind of, what's the slightly cool and slightly damp temperature that was Dink's forest is being replaced with this dry heat. And as you appear in what looks like, a mix between arid kind of ground and almost jungly style foliage nearby. There's a lot of confused saurians looking at all of you. Some of them screaming and running. Some of them clutching children. Right. There's also Yep. There's also then a mighty roar that fills the air, and to the point where you feel the wave of the vibrations through the air of a mighty, mighty roar, and then the dark sky lights up with a massive beam of light that shoots into the clouds above the island, seemingly from the centre of the island. And that's where we end.
Whoa.
I can't use my beginner Spanish saurian.
Oh yeah, we didn't learn any. We were going to use the boat trip to learn.
We haven't read the research either.
No.
Did the light aim at the moon, by any chance?
Just seemed to shoot into the sky.
It's kind of straight up.
Didn't seem
Is
to
it
go to the
midnight?
moon.
Okay, so the moon's not directly overhead.
The moon doesn't move. Yeah.
Oh,
We should have asked some of the
Geo-
questions about the moon.
geostationary satellite, I see.
Yeah. This was said way earlier in the game anyway. It's not come up since for some reason, but yeah, the moon doesn't move. Yeah, the moon doesn't move and it doesn't change colour because it's a city. Yeah. That people now worship as a goddess.
So it's not in orbit, it's just kind of there.
It just floats above. Yeah.
Maybe it's in orbit. I don't know the
To be fair,
cosmology
we
here.
don't 100% know that our world spins.
What's orbit?
Yeah.
Like,
Gravity.
Ian
Yes.
might just be stationary, which means, and then
yes.
maybe Alatar moves. Who knows?
So it definitely does seem to have just been a beam that goes off from seemingly the middle of the island up into the sky that followed the mighty roar that shook the island. So,
Oh no.
suggestions of titles? I mean, moon versus dinosaurs is strong, yeah. Us Up Brannen-El. Effing lunacy, yeah. Other suggestions coming in? Gambling, ambling, and rambling. Any other suggestions or votes? You know not to leave voting too long.
It's always my tactic. I'm like, I will vote first.
That's looking like a fairly strong winner. Oh, there's a suggestion from Lockheart. No? Given up?
No, I might. It needs workshopping, but there must be some sort of good Sea of Tranquility pun for something. But
I'm sure that'll be just as relevant once we arrive.
Yeah, I think you've got some kind of pun with Lake of Tranquility or adjacent, to Tranquility. Yeah, but yes. So I think our winner there is Us Up Brannen-El. So that's good. Let me just reformat it a bit. Us Up Brannen-El. Here we go. So we got our winner. Right, so goals. Have we achieved any? Any at all? We learned a lot.
I tried to push the Brannen-El and Sloths.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
But I don't know how far that's gone.
Yeah, it definitely came up in conversation, but there was no let's go chat to him because let's go have tea at his house or something. Yeah.
To be fair, if we'd had one that was less quest focused and just said solve the Adept equation, technically. Yeah, we just listed all the things we needed.
Yeah, until you decide what to do with that will very much depend on how that goes. Brannen-El's like, here, have this knowledge, but also don't do stuff with it.
Yeah, so what would you do? Go back and tell them, we have this equation. Where do we get it? No, don't need to know.
We can't tell you.
Fine, we can't tell you. It's like, how do we know how it works? Don't know. Just it works.
I feel like
we found it on Dinosaur Island.
So true. That weren't on the goals list, but have been things we've talked about. Like we told Brannen-El about Chiral. Nobody got eviscerated.
If anyone's particularly on the topic of new goals, if anyone's particularly loyal to the crown, letting Vermi know that people are Fae might be something that should be on the cards eventually.
I worry this is the kind of thing, the more it gets out, the more it's going to be a problem. This feels like something none of us are supposed to know. And the more people who do know, the more the whole thing unravels. It would be my concern. And I at least want to give Brannen-El a chance to do his, get my people back. Before we completely undo.
Yeah, he does seem quite reticent to use any kind of OP status that he's currently got in case it does like risk his people. So it doesn't mean that he's maybe quite the walking nuke you might have feared him to be as well, right? So that's worth noting that he might hold back, which means if ever they did go up against him, they probably could stop him. He is just a guy.
Yeah, I want him to get his chance.
He doesn't want to use, his people's souls.
Or he's kind of still turbocharged and like need to hold on to this before I lose it.
Yeah. Oh.
But it does imply there was a lot of iron roots if the moon is the city they were going to go to. So yes, any new goals to go in?
Do we want to go about the moon? Stop the fake.
Can we add one stay and survive Dinosaur Island?
No. Surviving the game is
No,
part of the game.
We need something about them.
Yeah.
I know we've had spoke with people that
Help.
we need
Stop.
a new moon. Do we need? Do we need? Yeah, I was I don't want to just say get to the moon, because also then we don't actually need to go on to the moon. But also I really want to.
I mean, find out what the light is.
Yeah, investigate the roar/light.
The sky
Yeah.
beam.
Yeah, for the island.
And pop that in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Befriend all the sorrow.
Yeah, why not?
Befriend whatever made that roar.
Yeah, that's maybe a better idea.
Yeah, new pet, right?
New pet.
Bless you.
Benjamin?
Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Yeah, definitely Benjamin.
We want something like help uncover who woke up the Fae Queen. Because we think it's Amlin, but it might not be. Or do we want
I
something
suppose
more general of help Brannen-El stop whatever's going on the moon.
I mean, you could just put investigate moon/Fae Queen ? Right? You could put that.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
who's typing these goals in? Because you'll need that, and you'll need your in center of the island goal, I guess. And is it befriend thing that made roar, or is it work out why, work out what, work out whom? Anything else?
What was that? Island. As Nori got super. What's in the middle of the island?
What's in the island?
Stay on the island for 2 weeks.
In the middle of the island. A lake with a smaller island.
Not on that island.
It's in the middle of that island.
A smaller lake.
Smaller island. It's a self-similar fractal.
Wait, it's all islands? Always has been.
All the way down. So, to me that sounds like that's the goal's done, quite frankly, based on that conversation. Let us to wrap up chat, shall we? Lockhart, do you want to start us off?
Yeah. Certainly a Lockhart heavy episode. And definitely deserving of the XP. No, that was obviously a lot to catch up on there. And definitely the moon being a city. I feel like we have suggested that, or adjacent to that, of there is more to the moon. Are there people on the moon? We never obviously said that's where the Iron Root were. But I feel like we have been is there more to the moon?
Yeah.
And just something that was in my mind was a bit of people have been worshipping the moon. Is that giving energy, in a in a way to something that maybe it wasn't actually the moon. Sort of feel like that's, it was going somewhere, so that'll be weird. Glad that Brannen-El wasn't as volatile as we might have thought. We're still here, therefore, and it'll be interesting to see Kyrill's take on it. Like, I'd almost more interested in what Kyril has to say than most others. And also for telling Vermi, it's a bit like, you've just got a sword to kill Fae. How good is the sword then against people? Does all the other blades now just have the ultimate human-killing weapon?
Most blades do.
We are quite easy to kill.
Yeah. I'm going to pause you there. Kalli, do you want to give us your wrap-up before you need to dip?
Oh, yes, thank you.
No worries.
Yes, I'm really, really interested to see what's going on the moon and can we get there and that sort of thing. Now, there's always another thing that's just as interesting or more interesting to jump to, and it's like, oh no, do we stay with this really cool, interesting thing, or go to this really cool, interesting thing? Too much to choose from. But I am very excited that we are on Dinosaur Island.
Yeah, finally. Yeah.
And kind of glad that I suggested jumping to the head, but now we're at the village. But also, is that bad? Are they going to be? They're seriously scared of us, but also now there was a roar and a light beam. Will they blame us for that? Like, does this happen all the time? Is it? Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, very, very excited.
Yeah, no, good.
See what happens.
Glad you're enjoying it, and obviously feel free to dip whenever you need to.
But yes, I will jump off now.
Yeah, no worries.
That's so fun. Thank you, and
See you next time.
Good night.
Lockhart, any final thoughts?
I think that covers my experience.
Thank you. And Nori?
Apart from my continuing technical problems, it was an enjoyable session. Kalli kind of touched on what I was going to say about the. We've always seemed to have more choices, more things to do. There's always a choice between one good adventure or, guess what, another good adventure, which is why we're still here. Some sessions, I mean, from being on the boat to being back at Loudenhall, come on, why? We started here bloody 4 sessions ago, however many months and years ago that was, on our one shot, and then we're back. This place has got a crime to answer for. But yeah, it's a really enjoyable session, but, well, Loudenhall, come on.
What if it's all connected?
Exactly. The things we have to learn.
Yeah. But hey, you're on Dinosaur Island now. Arguably, massive progress.
Are we? Are we though? Or are we just in another part of Loudenhall?
Yes, the dinosaur part.
Yeah. Any other thoughts, Chris?
No, that's me.
Thank you. No, it's okay. It's good.
Nori is the explorer. Nori just wants to move to the next place now. Whether it's the moon, whether it's Dinosaur Island. But we've done Loudenhall. Been here.
Yeah, and you've still got a heart piercer to catch as well.
Correct.
A whole new aspect of the game that's still there. But yes, thank you. Falkwin.
Ooh. Moon.
Moon.
I like the moon. I've been talking about the moon. I've wanted to go to the moon. We might even go to the moon. That's exciting. Yeah, things happened. I'm interested in Aluben, as always, but I mean, yeah, she did the thing that, well, it was like the same thing as before, but the one before kind of almost killed me, whereas this time she kind of did it in the other direction, and it worked out pretty well for both of us.
Yeah.
So maybe that's something interesting. Also, like, I guess Falkwin's got a bit of a migraine to work through. It'll be interesting how profound his knowledge is after that. Like, will he know enough to be able to reproduce a proof with good evidence that will be accepted? Or will it just be a kind of crackpot, like, yes, this is the secret of the life universe and everything. I can't really explain why, I just know it's true.
You're gonna be the crazy old wizard in the mountains who mutters to his imaginary friend Aluben.
Yeah.
A bunch of floating rocks in your garden. Yeah.
She probably wouldn't hate that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like the idea of no one taking Falkwin seriously. Like, she doesn't need anyone to take him seriously. It's arguably better for her.
Keeps you off the radar, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But she's also a massive risk taker. We're seeing that more and more as she seems to be getting closer to her goals, which is interesting.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good.
It's fascinating.
Fascinating, yes. Myr'ra.
Oh my goodness. I very much appreciate, I know it's not technically tied in world, but the tie between the Abradak equation and the moon.
Yep.
I appreciate, as a callback to a previous game where I spent many actual genuine human months stressed about a man called Ignysera and the moon. Love that everyone else has met Brannen-El now. Like, that's such a nice, because as fun as it has been to meet him, like, as Myr'ra, I'm like, it's nice for us all to do it together. Because everyone thinks of different things to ask and approaches things in different ways, which is really, really fun. I like that we've told him about Cairo. I feel like that is a good thing to have on the chessboard, because he might be good, as people have said, to consult vis-a-vis Falkwin, who might be awake in a city she's maybe not supposed to be able to be in, and questions. I love that we're on Dinosaur Island. I love it. I love that it's been like a conscious, active choice. We haven't just stumbled. We haven't like found our way there through, like, we're just like, no, we want to go to Dinosaur Island.
Yep, he's all agreed. So let's go, and he's went.
Yep. Yeah. Raw, probably a dinosaur. Beam, fascinating. What is the beam? Where is the beam coming from? Why is there a beam? Many questions. Very excited. Hopefully going to go to the moon at some point.
Yep.
Very fun. All of the extra conspiracy things.
Like, is Serithane the moon? Is he the beam? Is he the map?
Yes. He might be any of these things. Maybe he's a dinosaur.
Is he Brannen-El's partner?
Is he Brannen-El's partner? Yes.
I don't know how we ask that without it being incredibly insensitive. Like, I think we have to ask Serithane. I don't think we can ask Brannen-El.
It feels the less, like, cheeky, I guess, doesn't it, to ask the likely person who it's possibly not. Right? When you know Brannen-El is sensitive about it, you know nothing about Serithane's opinion about
because if it's not true, then they're just like, what? And if it is true, then we get to tell them that his partner's alive again. Very exciting. So I think that's the way round. We should do that.
So you also probably want to clear the air with Serithane at some point soon anyway?
What do you mean? It's totally fine.
Yeah.
We didn't fey ways out of a room with him at all.
No.
We were never there.
And then somehow clear your name despite being guilty of the crime. And then
he healed Cairo. He's not completely clean in this either. Like, he's the one who healed Cairo. Realistically, I know he then did the right thing and went to turn himself in.
Yeah.
But he should also be on trial.
Yeah. What's to say he wasn't?
So true. I love it. I'm very excited. I love that we're on Dinosaur Island.
It's so good. Yeah, finally. Only 19 sessions later.
I think I'm going to need my ball back for this one, though.
My favourite thing is you could have started here.
I know, I did say that. I said if we don't go to Dinosaur Island first, it's going to take us forever.
But we're finally here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is right, because if we'd gone, we wouldn't have been here for...
Well, yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, right?
All sorts of stuff.
Yeah, so many things would be different, right?
Yeah.
It's clearly the right timeline.
Agreed.
Only timeline.
Exactly. Exactly.
It was always this way.
Any other thoughts?
No, that's it for me.
Who are we giving XP to? Gang.
Hannah.
Okay.
I think Hannah. There was a lot of Myr'ra and Brannen-El moments this time round.
I will throw it back. I would vote for Falkwin for trusting Ali Ben and going with it. I think that's a big character swing, considering last time you did end up on one across the board, and that's a big move to risk that going into an encounter with someone like Brannen-El.
She seemed very confident. She also she did. Yeah, okay. To be fair, she did seem like she really wanted to try regardless. Yeah, she is more of a risk taker than maybe the past has indicated.
Maybe she's never been this close before.
Yeah. Just like, give me more radiation, let me slurp it all up. She even wants Myr'ra's body now. Like,
to be fair, that was to see if she could help cleanse Myr'ra. That was to try that, but Myr'ra was just knocked out of the park and cleansed herself, and then Ali Ben's like, that's a concern if she's that good. Yeah. What about yourself, Nori? Who
I'm torn.
Okay.
Basically, we've solved the Aberdac equation. So Falkwin has solved that one through whatever means we have solved that one, and Myr'ra's got us to Dinosaur Island. So I'm really quite torn on this one.
Just vote yourself then.
Yeah, okay, I'll vote myself just to make you make the decision.
No, Lockhart, who are you voting for?
Obviously Kalli, because he's what got us into the right place.
Yeah. What place was that?
The village. Or
Village.
wherever it was.
Kalli for reasons, is what I'm hearing. Okay. Well, if you can't decide amongst yourselves, I guess nobody gets XP this week.
That's just cruel.
So, Lockhart's going to roll a d4, and we'll see. And we'll just say that Sean's 1, Kalli's 2, Hannah's 3, Nori's 4.
Lockhart's 5.
Sure, yeah, but roll a d4 for me. And a banana.
Oh,
well done.
Exciting. Thank you.
Well deserved.
Yeah. It was reasonable, and they could have had it this week reasonably, but I think there was a lot of Hannah heavy chat. A lot of decisions you took on board. To be fair, a lot of it I quite enjoyed the fact that Nori was well included in that, because your hands-off approach of, I know I can be included as a player, but just you decide, because then it's funnier.
Yeah, exactly.
So quite a lot of risks taken that way, which I did enjoy, which was good. But yes, I'm excited for next time, very, very much so. I mean,
My goodness.
Dinosaur Island, finally, the DLC zone has been unlocked fully.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And you look like you've made a good entrance. 19 sessions, that's what it cost us. So, yeah, excited to see what we can achieve in our 2-week timer that we've got. Who knows? Thank you all for playing. Say goodbye, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.